Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was one of those late nights when the air feels a bit too cool and the darkness seems to swallow everything around you. I was 17 or 18 at the time, living in Shipton Bellinger, a small village in Hampshire, England. The village is nestled between two towns that nearly form an oval, and there's something strange about the way it sits on the map. Isolated yet connected, like a hidden thread that connects everything in a way you wouldn't expect. I'd always struggled with sleep. It was something I'd dealt with since I was a kid, always lying awake long after everyone else had drifted off into their dreams. But it wasn't just the insomnia that kept me up. Around this time, I'd started getting into fitness. My head was constantly buzzing with the need to move, to burn off the energy that wouldn't seem to settle no matter how much I tried to rest. I'd started running late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, and the quiet of the village at 12 or 1 a.m. felt like the perfect escape. It was a route I'd come to know well, the oval-shaped circuit that took me through the village, around Tidworth, and back up towards Ludgershall. A couple of miles, just enough to tire me out. It became a habit, a routine I looked forward to, even though I always felt that creeping tension in the back of my mind whenever I ran those roads alone in the dark. There was something about the silence, the way the night felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That night was no different. I remember it was one of those nights where the wind wasn't quite strong enough to rattle the trees, but you could still hear it stirring through the branches. I just passed through Tidworth, making my way back toward Ludgershall when I came upon the secondary school, Castle Down. I always slowed down when I got there, mostly because I was tired and had to stop to tie my laces or catch my breath. It was a place that felt eerily quiet at night, too quiet, like something was off about it. The school sat near a back road that led towards my village, completely unlit and flanked by trees on either side. It wasn't a place anyone would want to hang out at night, but it wasn't exactly dangerous either, just isolated. I remember bending down by the street lamp outside the school, tightening my laces. The light from the street lamp made the night around me feel sharper, more intense. And then out of nowhere, there was this noise. At first, it sounded distant, like rustling, maybe some branches moving in the wind. But then it came again, louder this time. A crash, followed by a series of thumps that sounded like something heavy was moving through the woods. The trees on either side of the road were thick, so I couldn't see anything, but the noise was unmistakable. It wasn't the soft shuffle of a deer or some small animal moving through the underbrush. No, this sounded much heavier. The kind of sound that makes your heart rate pick up because you know something's not right. I stood there for a second, frozen, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Just some deer or maybe a fox. Nothing to worry about, right? But the longer I stood there, the more I realized that it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. I finished tying my laces quickly, my hands moving faster than normal. The rustling grew louder, and the noise seemed to be getting closer. I stood up, taking a few cautious steps forward, my jog turning into a slow run. I told myself it was fine. I'd hear animals in the woods all the time. I'd run this route before and nothing had ever happened. But this time felt different. I tried to shake it off, but there was this gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, this uneasy sense that something wasn't right. My feet moved faster as the noise continued to grow, and then, just as I was about to pass the line of trees, it happened. I heard the sound of metal, a sharp, grating noise, like a fence rattling as if something was climbing it. My heart lurched into my throat. I know the area well enough to know there was a metal fence that ran along the edge of the road, separating the school grounds from the woods. I'd passed it dozens of times before, but this time something was on the other side of it. The noise didn't stop. It kept getting louder, the sound of something, or someone, scrambling up the metal fence. I could hear it clearly now, the scrape of hands or claws against metal. And that's when my brain completely flipped. I didn't know what it was, but whatever it was coming for me. I froze. I couldn't think. My instincts screamed at me to get the hell out of there, but I couldn't move for a moment. And then, like a switch had been flipped in my brain, my legs moved before my brain could catch up. I turned and bolted. I sprinted down the road with everything I had in me, my feet pounding the pavement in a desperate, blind dash. I didn't dare look back. I knew if I did, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from panicking even more. Instead, I just repeated the same mantra over and over in my head. Asterisk, if it can catch me, it deserves me. Just don't waste time looking. You know it's there. Just run, asterisk. The words felt stupid, but they kept me going. I wasn't going to stop. I couldn't stop. Every part of me screamed to keep running, to not look back. I heard the sound of something behind me, the scraping noise, the heavy footsteps getting closer. I didn't dare risk a glance, but my brain was telling me that whatever it wasn't human. The way it moved was too fast, too erratic, like an animal on the hunt, or worse, something bigger. I turned the corner into the village, my legs burning with the effort of the sprint. I didn't dare slow down. The houses and the familiar streetlights made me feel a little safer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was chasing me was still out there, lurking in the dark just beyond the reach of the light. I slowed down as I passed the first few houses, but my heart was still racing. I could feel the adrenaline pulsing in my veins, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I made it through the village, past the last row of houses, and finally, I reached my street. My house was at the end of the row, and it felt like I was almost home, but I didn't stop. I ran all the way to the front door, fumbled with the keys, and slammed it shut behind me. I stood there for a moment, panting, listening to the silence. I waited, holding my breath, expecting to hear the sounds of something following me, but there was nothing. No rustling, no metal fence shaking, just the quiet of the night. I walked to the window, peeking out through the blinds. The street was empty, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something that had been following me. My pulse was still racing as I leaned against the window, looking out into the dark. I couldn't see anything, but I knew that whatever it was, I had narrowly escaped it. I don't know what it was that night. It could have been a person, but the way it moved, the noises it made, it felt wrong. It didn't feel human. And honestly, I'm glad I never found out what it was. I don't think I ever want to know. After that, I stopped running that route at night. I found other ways to keep fit, other places to go. I never felt quite the same when I passed that stretch of road near the school. The woods always felt darker, and the quiet seemed a little more threatening. Sometimes, when I drive through that area during the day, I still look over at the trees, half expecting to see something move. But I never do, and part of me is glad, because some things are better left unknown. It was a typical summer evening, and my mom and I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. The sky was a muted orange as the sun set, and there was a warm breeze that tugged at my hair. It was one of those peaceful nights, the kind that make you feel calm and at ease, like time had slowed down. The air was thick with the sounds of frogs croaking from nearby ponds, all of them calling out, hoping to attract mates. The noise was almost deafening, but it had a kind of rhythm to it, one that felt familiar, like nature's soundtrack for the summer. I remember the warmth of the pavement beneath my shoes and the slight hum of distant traffic as we made our way down the quiet street. There was a soft rustling of leaves in the trees, and the smell of freshly cut grass hung in the air. We passed a few neighbors walking their dogs, and the occasional car drove by, but for the most part, the neighborhood was peaceful. My mom and I didn't usually walk this late in the evening, but something about that night felt different. I remember her chatting about something, work, maybe, or an old friend of hers, but I was only half listening. My attention was more on the sounds around us, mostly the frogs. They were so loud that it almost felt like they were in our heads, their croaks vibrating in our bones. It didn't take long before we passed a house that made us stop. There was a house a few blocks away from ours that had an old man living in it. He was a widower, a man in his late 80s, and his name was Mr. Daniels. He lived alone, but some of our neighbors had keys to his house. They would go over there occasionally to help him with housework, stuff that he couldn't manage on his own anymore. We didn't know him well, but we often waved when we passed by his house, and he always smiled back. But that night, as we were walking past his house, we heard something strange. At first, it was just a faint sound, like a woman's voice, but it wasn't quite clear. It was a high-pitched scream, the kind that makes your stomach twist. It seemed to echo out of the house, lingering in the air. I thought it might have been a prank, or maybe some kind of audio playing on a loop, like a TV or a radio. It wasn't just one scream either. It kept going, over and over, like a broken record. The same 3 seconds of a woman screaming, again and again, without any pause. I glanced at my mom, and she looked at me, her brow furrowing. We both stopped walking for a second. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. She shrugged, looking uneasy. "Maybe he left the TV on or something." But there was something about the sound that didn't sit right with me. The scream didn't sound like it was coming from a TV. It felt too real, too desperate. But we kept walking, trying to brush it off. Maybe it was just the frogs making me paranoid, I thought. After all, when they croaked, sometimes it sounded almost human, like the noises of something in distress. We continued our walk, but I couldn't shake the feeling. It wasn't just the noise. It was the fact that it didn't stop. It kept going, looping like a video on repeat. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself it was just the frogs or some sound coming from the house, the unease lingered in the back of my mind. When we made our way back past Mr. Daniels' house on the return trip, we heard the scream again. The same looping sound. It wasn't any clearer, and it didn't seem to fade like it had before. It was as if it had been playing the whole time we were gone. Now it felt even stranger. My mom and I exchanged uneasy glances. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and checked the time. It was getting late, almost dark, and the streetlights were flickering on one by one, casting long shadows on the pavement. "Maybe we should check on him," my mom said, her voice tinged with concern. I agreed. Something about that scream made me uneasy, and it wasn't just the noise. It was the fact that we hadn't seen Mr. Daniels in a few days. We walked across the street and up to the neighbor's house. The neighbors, the Johnsons, had keys to Mr. Daniels' house. They'd been helping him out for years, taking care of things he couldn't manage. I knew they would be worried if they hadn't heard from him. We knocked on the door, and Mrs. Johnson answered. She was a kind woman, probably in her 60s, with short gray hair and glasses perched on the end of her nose. I noticed the concern in her eyes the moment she opened the door. "What's wrong?" she asked. My mom quickly explained what we'd heard, the repeated scream coming from Mr. Daniels' house. We both tried to play it off, acting like it was nothing serious, but I could tell Mrs. Johnson didn't buy it. She agreed to go over and check on him. It was clear she hadn't heard anything out of the ordinary, but she knew something was off now, too. A few minutes later, we all walked over to Mr. Daniels' house. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, and the porch light flickered weakly, casting a dull glow across the front steps. It looked almost abandoned in the dim light, as if time had stopped for that house. Mrs. Johnson fumbled with the key, her hands shaking a little as she inserted it into the lock. The door creaked open, and we all stepped inside. It was eerily quiet. There was no sound coming from inside, no faint echoes of the strange scream that had been repeating just an hour before. The house smelled musty, like old furniture and stale air. We stepped into the living room, where everything was covered in dust. There were old chairs and couches, a worn rug on the floor, and the remains of a half-eaten meal on the kitchen table. But Mr. Daniels wasn't there. The house felt empty. Mrs. Johnson went through the house, checking each room, calling out for him in a soft voice. There was no answer. My mom and I stood in the living room, waiting, our footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. I felt my chest tighten. Something wasn't right. A few minutes later, Mrs. Johnson came back out into the living room, her face pale. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, her eyes wide with shock. "He's gone," she whispered. We all stood there in silence, the reality of it hitting me hard. Mr. Daniels had passed away, probably a few days ago. I wasn't sure how we didn't notice, how the neighbors hadn't figured it out sooner. It was clear now, the scream we'd heard wasn't a prank or a TV left on. It was something else entirely. "We need to call the authorities," my mom said quietly. I nodded. My stomach felt heavy, like I'd eaten a rock. I couldn't stop thinking about the scream, how real it had sounded. It wasn't something a TV could make, and it wasn't something that should have been left on repeat like that. As we walked back outside, the frogs were still croaking, their calls filling the air. But the scream wasn't there anymore. It was as if it had never happened. We did call the authorities, and the police came a few hours later. They confirmed that Mr. Daniels had died in his sleep 2 weeks earlier. The cause was heart failure. His body had been discovered by a neighbor who went over to do the usual chores he had trouble with. The strange thing was, none of the neighbors had heard the scream, not even the Johnsons, who had been in and out of his house to check on him in those last few days. It was as if the house had held on to that scream, letting it echo through the walls, looping over and over, waiting for someone to hear it. To this day, I still think about that night, about the scream and what it meant. Maybe it was some kind of final cry for help, an echo of his last moments, but no one could ever really explain it. The frogs still croak every summer, and the neighborhood still feels the same. But every time I pass that house, I get that weird, uneasy feeling in my stomach. It's been years, but that night, the scream, and the empty house, it still gives me chills. I'll never forget the way it sounded, so real, so desperate. And I'll never forget how it echoed in my mind long after the frogs had quieted down. I may be a little too late to this, but I will never forget that night. It's the kind of thing that sticks with you forever, no matter how many years pass. I was probably in the 7th grade at the time, staying over at my best friend's house. He lived on a piece of land in a rural area, right outside of a tiny town, where the closest neighbor was more than a mile away. It was one of those places where, at night, everything felt incredibly still and quiet. Like the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring after a while, and you start to wonder if something's wrong with you. The perfect setting for a stupid idea. We'd been talking about doing something crazy for a while, something we'd seen older kids do, and tonight was going to be the night. "Let's wrap some houses," he said. He was always the one pushing things, dragging me along with him. At that age, it didn't matter how bad an idea sounded. If it was something we weren't supposed to do, it just made it more tempting. So, we waited until his parents were out of sight, got our hands on a giant black trash bag full of toilet paper, and waited for the perfect moment. We decided to sneak out at around 1 a.m. His house sat on top of a hill, with a long gravel driveway that connected to the road. From the top, you could see pretty far, the only light being the occasional flicker from a distant porch or car's headlights. It was eerie in that weird way where everything feels like it's being watched, but there's no one around. We were feeling invincible, too confident for our own good. We made our way down the gravel driveway, the sound of the pebbles crunching under our shoes too loud in the silence. When we finally hit the pavement, my friend stopped dead in his tracks. "Dude," he whispered, "I hear a car. We need to get off the road." We both froze. I didn't hear anything at first, but after a few seconds, I could just barely make out the sound of an engine in the distance. My heart dropped. We both instinctively ducked into the ditch along the side of the road and flattened ourselves in the tall grass. My mind was racing, but I tried to keep it quiet. The car sped by without slowing down. We waited for what felt like an eternity, not daring to move, just listening to the sound of the engine fading into the night. But then my friend's voice broke the silence again. "Shit, man, it's coming back." I hadn't noticed at first, but when I looked up, way down the road, I saw the taillights of the car turning around. It was too far to see what kind of car it was, but I could tell it wasn't slowing down. My stomach twisted. We both dove back down into the ditch. I had no idea what was going on, but my friend was obviously panicking. The car wasn't like a regular one. It was dark, no headlights blaring, no markings, and definitely not a cop car. I tried to keep my breath steady, feeling the weight of the cold grass pressing against my face, trying not to move a muscle. The car came back, rolling slowly this time. It was eerie, like it knew exactly where we were, but somehow it didn't see us. We waited, holding our breaths as the car rolled past, the engine's growl growing quieter. But just when I thought it was finally gone, I heard my friend's voice again. "It's coming back." I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, or if maybe the fear was messing with my head, but when I peeked out, I saw the car. This time it was much closer, creeping past, slow and deliberate. And then it stopped, right over us. We lay there, hardly able to breathe, hearts pounding in our chests. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but this wasn't normal. Not at all. I wanted to scream, to run, but I knew we'd get caught. My friend kept his hand on my shoulder, a reminder to stay down, to not make a sound. The car just sat there, engine idling, for what felt like hours. And then finally it drove off. But it didn't leave. It turned around again and started creeping back up the road. I swear I could feel my heart beating in my ears. We didn't move. I wanted to look, to see what was going on, but I was too scared to risk it. And then just like before, it stopped. Right above us. I could see the dark shape of the car through the grass, and I could feel my friend's fingers tightening on my arm. The car started moving again, slowly this time, down the road. It went farther down before stopping again. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what this was. It was like it was waiting for something, or maybe it was looking for us. My thoughts were interrupted when my friend finally pulled me up. "Let's go. We have to go now." We didn't stop to grab the toilet paper. We didn't think about anything except getting back to the house. We ran up the hill as fast as we could, our legs burning, but we couldn't stop, not until we were safely inside. We slammed the door behind us and locked it. I don't even remember checking if anyone was awake, but we made sure to set the alarm as soon as we could. My friend's parents would never know we snuck out, not unless we told them, and we weren't about to do that. We crouched low by the window, our eyes glued to the driveway. I could feel the sweat on my palms. I didn't know if I was afraid of the car or of what might happen next, but I didn't dare look away. We waited, breath held, and then, just as I thought we were safe, I saw the headlights again. The car had stopped at the end of the driveway, idling there, barely visible from the angle we were at. It was hard to tell if it was the same car from before, but I had a sinking feeling in my gut that it was. It just sat there, not moving, not leaving. My friend's grip on the plastic bat tightened, and I could feel my own hands shaking. We spent the next couple of hours huddled together in the living room, watching the driveway in silence. I don't know what we thought would happen, but neither of us was brave enough to check again. We just waited, knowing that if we went outside, if we got caught, there was no telling what would happen. It wasn't until the sun started to rise that the car finally disappeared. By then, we were both too terrified to sleep. The adrenaline was still pumping through our veins. The rest of the night passed in a blur of half-sleep and the constant fear that something was about to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, we heard the sound of his parents getting up for the day. They didn't seem to notice anything unusual. They didn't know we'd been out in the night. They didn't know how close we'd come to something that could have turned much worse. We never told them what happened. Not a single word. Looking back, I realize how close we were to something really bad happening. The car, whoever was driving it, could have been anything. A random person out looking for trouble, or maybe something worse. I'll never really know. But I do know this, that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was something I'll never forget. The story my dad and Auntie told me was one that always stuck with me, mostly because of the way they described it. The fact that they both gave the exact same details, down to the smallest point, made it feel even more real and intense. They both swore that what happened that night at my grandparents' house was something they couldn't explain. And neither of them, no matter how much I pressed, ever wavered on the details. It was the late 1970s. My dad was about 16, and my auntie was only a few years older than him. They were both sitting in the waiting room at my grandparents' house. The room was small, tucked just outside my grandparents' bedroom. The door that separated the waiting room from the bedroom was always left open because at that point, my great-grandfather was dying in there. The air was heavy, not with sadness so much as a feeling that something important was unfolding. The kind of quiet that only happens when the house is filled with people waiting for something, waiting for the end. My great-grandfather, my dad's grandfather, had been sick for a long time. He'd been in and out of hospitals, and this time it was clear there would be no coming back. Everyone knew it was just a matter of time. And this night, it was happening. My dad and auntie were sitting across from each other, trying to distract themselves. There was nothing to do. They couldn't leave because my grandmother had insisted they stay close, especially with her husband in his final hours. The house felt still, too still. It was the kind of house where every little sound seemed to carry. From where they were sitting, they could hear the muffled sounds of my grandmother's soft talking to my great-grandfather, though nothing really made it through the thick walls. There was a clock on the wall, ticking away the minutes, and it was almost unnerving how loud it sounded in the silence. My auntie was the first to notice the cold. She pulled her cardigan tighter around her and glanced over at the door to my grandparents' bedroom. She said she felt a chill, like a sudden drop in temperature that had come out of nowhere. The rest of the house was warm, almost too warm for that time of year. There was no breeze, not a single movement in the air. It felt like the whole place had been holding its breath. Without saying anything, my auntie got up, walking across the room toward the door that led out to the front garden. It was a wooden door, thick and sturdy, but it was slightly ajar. She always said she had a thing about doors being left open, especially in a house as old as my grandparents'. She didn't want to risk it getting stuck or making a noise later on, so she walked over and gave it a gentle push to close it. The door clicked as it latched shut, and my auntie made sure to lock it, just in case. It was strange, she told me later, but the house felt almost too still, as if something was waiting. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but there was nothing she could pinpoint. Her instincts were on edge. Still, she sat back down, trying to shake the unease that had settled in. They both sat in silence for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. My dad had been staring at the floor, his thoughts somewhere distant, and my auntie was still fidgeting, rubbing her hands together to try and warm them up. Then, suddenly, from inside the bedroom, they both heard it. The sound of my grandmother wailing. It was a sound I can only imagine, a raw, guttural cry that felt like it came from the depths of her soul. The kind of cry that makes you feel like you've lost everything in an instant. My great-grandfather was gone. His time had come. But what happened next? Well, that's what my dad and auntie always talk about, even now. Both of them say they'll never forget it. It's as vivid in their memories as it was that night. When my grandmother's cry echoed through the house, the door that my auntie had just closed and locked swung open. It didn't just creak or budge. It flew open with a force that couldn't be explained. The way the door opened wasn't natural. It wasn't like a draft pushed it open, or even a hand turning the handle. No, it swung outwards, with such force that it slammed back into the door frame. The noise of it hitting was so loud it sent a jolt through both my dad and auntie. It wasn't just a swing. It was the kind of motion you'd expect if someone had stormed out of the room, angry, in a rush, slamming the door behind them. And the thing that stuck with my dad and auntie, the thing they both agreed on, was that it wasn't just the force of the door. It was the timing. It was as if the door had reacted to the wail, like it was connected to the sound of my grandmother's grief, as though it had been thrown open by an invisible presence. Neither of them moved immediately. My dad, in particular, said he froze. He couldn't understand it. No wind, no draft. Nothing could have explained how that door slammed open like that. It wasn't even just the motion. It was the feeling in the room that followed. The weight, the strange tension in the air. It was like everything in the house had shifted at once, as if something unseen had entered. The door didn't stop there. Once it had flung open, it didn't just stay there. It slammed shut again. The second time, it was almost louder than the first. It shook the walls, rattling everything. For a moment, neither of them could speak. They just stared at the door. It wasn't until my dad glanced at my auntie that he realized she had the same horrified look on her face. Neither of them had moved since the door had swung open. They hadn't spoken, but they both knew. They both knew that something strange had just happened. But neither of them could understand what it was. No explanation fit. After the door slammed shut, the house fell back into its usual silence. The only sound was my grandmother's weeping from the bedroom, which seemed to echo louder now that everything had quieted. My dad said he felt like time itself had slowed down, like everything in the house was frozen for that split second. They didn't leave the waiting room immediately. It wasn't until a while later, when the first few relatives started coming in, that my dad and auntie said anything to anyone. But even then, they didn't mention the door. They couldn't. Who would believe them? How could they explain what had just happened? It was something that didn't fit into the reality they knew. Over the years, my dad and auntie have both told me that the memory of that door opening and slamming shut still haunts them. They've never been able to fully explain it, and to this day, they both remember the feeling in the room. Heavy, like the air had been sucked out and replaced with something colder, something that didn't belong. The door had swung open, not from a breeze or a draft, but with purpose. It had reacted to something that they couldn't see, but both felt. And while they never talked about it again, both of them were adamant when they told me. They remembered the details the same way, down to the moment the door slammed shut for the last time. The thing is, neither of them ever truly understood it. They didn't look for explanations. They didn't try to rationalize it. It was just something that happened, something that couldn't be explained. But both of them knew it wasn't a trick of the mind. It wasn't a gust of wind or a creaky old house. It was something else. The door had swung open, and something had left the house. Maybe it was the soul of my great-grandfather. Maybe it was something else entirely. My dad and auntie will never know. But one thing's for sure. Neither of them has ever forgotten that night, and they never will. It was a moment in time that couldn't be explained, but it stayed with them, as real as any memory can be. Something had left the house that night, and both of them, all these years later, still feel it when they talk about it. It was one of those nights at my grandma's house, the kind where you're just trying to fall asleep, but your body won't let you settle in. I remember feeling restless, tossing and turning under the thick blankets. The room felt heavy, the air dense with the smell of old wood and dust. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the room. A small nightlight flickered in the corner, casting long, shaky shadows on the walls. The hum of the old house seemed to vibrate through the floorboards, and the quiet creaks were like a constant reminder that the house was ancient. I had always been a nervous sleeper, the kind who needed the comfort of familiar sounds, like the ticking of the clock or the faint murmurs of my grandma's house settling through the night. But tonight, my mind was restless. I kept shifting, my body feeling uncomfortable no matter what position I tried. I finally rolled over on my side, staring at the wall, thinking maybe if I faced away from everything, I could block out the feeling that something wasn't right. But then as I rolled over, something stopped me cold. My eyes locked onto something, or rather, someone, standing next to my bed. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the dim light, a blur of shadows that my tired mind had conjured up. But then I blinked, and there it was again. A kid, a small, pale figure standing right by my bed, almost glowing in the low light. It was a little boy, maybe around my age at the time, but something was off about him. His clothes looked like they belonged to another time, old-fashioned, almost like something you'd see in a black and white photo. He wore a party hat, the kind you see at birthday parties, and in his hands was a big present, wrapped in brightly colored paper with a bow on top. I felt my heart start to race, my chest tightening as I lay perfectly still. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or if this was real, but there he was. He just stood there, looking down at me with wide eyes, like he was waiting for something. I couldn't bring myself to move. I couldn't even blink. It was like my body was frozen in place, trapped between sleep and full awareness. My mind screamed at me to look away, to move, to do anything but just lie there staring at this strange kid. But I couldn't. All I could do was shut my eyes tight, forcing myself to turn away and try to ignore him. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard I thought they might start to hurt, hoping that when I opened them again, he'd be gone. I didn't dare peek, didn't dare see if he was still there. I tried to breathe slow and steady, hoping that by some miracle, I would drift off to sleep and it would all be gone. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself alone in the room. There was no kid, no glowing figure, just the same familiar shadows cast on the walls. I didn't know if I had fallen asleep, if I had dreamt it, or if it had been real. But it wasn't something I ever wanted to think about again. Years passed, and I almost forgot about that night. I grew older, moved into different rooms, had different experiences. But the memory of that kid, that strange, glowing presence, lingered in the back of my mind, like a weird dream I couldn't quite shake. I tried to convince myself that it had been just that, a dream, a childish figment of my imagination. That was until the night I moved into our new house. I was a little older now, maybe around 15 or 16, and I was just trying to get comfortable in my new room. It was my first night sleeping there, and while everything felt fresh and new, there was an odd sense of unfamiliarity, like the house still had secrets it hadn't shared with me yet. The house wasn't old, like my grandma's place, but there was still something about it that didn't sit right with me. It wasn't long before I found myself lying in bed again, staring up at the ceiling. The walls were bare, the room still smelled like fresh paint and new carpet. I should have felt at ease, but instead, I felt a creeping unease crawl under my skin. It wasn't the kind of fear you feel when you know something's lurking in the dark. It was the kind that comes when you know you're being watched, but you don't know by who or what. I kept telling myself it was just nerves, that I'd get used to the new place. But as the minutes dragged on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I turned over on my side, trying to distract myself with my phone, the dim light from the screen casting shadows across the room. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, there was a bright light. At first, I thought it was just the light from my phone reflecting off something. But as I stared, the light became more distinct. It was intense, almost like a tiny sun had appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't blinding, but it was unnaturally bright, like nothing I had ever seen before. I froze. I didn't know what to do. The light just hung there in the air, suspended in the corner of the room. I didn't dare move. I didn't want to look away, because I was afraid that if I did, it would disappear. But then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light swooped down, moving fast, almost too fast for my eyes to follow. It swooped down right over me, and as it did, I heard the sound, the loud buzzing, like the hum of 1,000 bees. It filled the air, vibrating in my ears so forcefully that it left them ringing for a long time after. The buzzing wasn't just an annoying sound. It felt invasive, like it was in my head, rattling my brain with its intensity. The light shot out the door and disappeared down the hall, leaving nothing but the hum still ringing in my ears. I lay there, wide-eyed and frozen, my heart racing in my chest. It took me a long time to finally move, to roll over and force myself to close my eyes. I tried to tell myself it was just some weird reflection or a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. It felt too real, too deliberate. After that, the weirdness didn't stop. There were the random things, the small, odd occurrences that didn't make any sense. You know how sometimes when the TV's on behind you, and someone walks past, the sound just goes silent for a second? It's like they're blocking the sound with their presence. I started to experience that more and more, but it wasn't just when someone else was in the room. It would happen when no one was around. I'd be sitting there, maybe watching a show or playing a game, and all of a sudden, the sound would cut out. It wasn't static or interference. It was like someone had walked in front of me and just blocked it out, but no one was there. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. Years later, after I had moved out and my uncle had moved into the old room where I'd seen the glowing boy, he told me something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. One night, he woke up to the feeling of someone sitting down at the end of his bed. He thought it was just his mind playing tricks, that maybe he was still half asleep. But then he felt it, something or someone, sitting at the foot of his bed. It wasn't a light touch, but a solid, unmistakable pressure. He looked, expecting to see someone there, but the room was empty. The bed was undisturbed. Nothing. He lay there, trying to convince himself it was nothing. But then, just a few minutes later, he felt the pressure shift. Whatever it was got up from the bed and walked away, the weight of it lifting from the mattress. He got up to check the room, but there was nothing. He searched the whole house, but no one was there. He never spoke about it again, but I knew it shook him. I don't know what it was that I saw in that room, or the light that hovered above me years later. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks, or maybe there was something in that house that I couldn't quite understand. I don't have the answers, and I don't know if I'll ever get them. All I know is that after everything, I don't feel quite as comfortable in the dark anymore. It was late last year when everything happened, but it feels like it was just yesterday. Life's a bit of a blur right now, but I'll do my best to tell it like it happened. Charlie's death was the first blow. We'd served together for a while, been through thick and thin, and he'd been through hell in Iraq. Took a frag to the leg, came out the other side looking like a damn hero. He didn't talk about it much, but everyone knew. He pulled through. So when he passed, out of nowhere, it was like the ground dropped out from under me. I remember getting that call. It was early in the morning, and I was just waking up. A few of us were still in our bunks at the barracks, and I'd barely rubbed the sleep out of my eyes when I saw the phone screen. I thought it was some joke at first. Charlie. No way. He was too strong for that, wasn't he? But it was true, and it hit hard. Way harder than I ever expected. But it wasn't just me that felt it. Bill, my best friend, my right hand through everything, took it the hardest. We'd been close for years, had each other's backs in the worst of times. Bill was the guy everyone wanted to be around. He was the perfect mix of charisma and confidence, always able to lighten the mood, always knew what to say. But now, he was broken. It wasn't the same. The weight of losing Charlie crushed him, and I couldn't watch him fall apart without doing everything I could to help him hold it together. It wasn't just the fact that Charlie was gone. It was the way it had happened. Bill had always been the strong one, the leader of the group, the guy who could handle anything. But seeing him like that, completely destroyed, made me realize how much he had been keeping buried. I couldn't do anything for him in that moment except be there, but that felt like it wasn't enough. Charlie's family flew out to the town nearby. They wanted to hold a memorial. It was a somber event, but we all went. We had to. I wasn't even 21 yet, still too young to drink legally, but I was driving that night, making sure no one got behind the wheel after a few too many. Bill was downing drinks like they were water. Shots, pitchers, whatever he could grab. He was acting different. I could tell something was coming, but I didn't want to think about it. We were all just trying to get through the night. I had a few beers, but my main job was making sure no one got stupid. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that it happened. Bill walked up to me, and it was like a switch flipped. He wasn't the fun, carefree Bill anymore. There was something heavy in his eyes, something that made my stomach twist. He looked at me, and I could see it in his face before he even said a word. "Hey," he said, voice low. "Come outside with me while I smoke." He didn't wait for me to answer, just started walking. I followed him out into the parking lot, not knowing what to expect. He sat on a concrete block, staring at the ground. I was trying to read him, trying to figure out what was going on in his head, but I had no clue. I didn't know what to say. He'd always been the one who had the answers, the one who held it all together. Now, I didn't know how to help him. Then he spoke. The words hit like a freight train. "Gatos, after I go home tonight, I'm going to kill myself." It was the worst thing I'd ever heard. The worst words I could have ever imagined coming out of his mouth. It felt like everything in the world stopped moving. My body froze. The blood drained from my face. I couldn't process it. I couldn't breathe. My best friend, the guy who I'd been through hell and back with, was telling me he was going to end it all. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing. I tried to get words out, tried to make sense of it, but all that came out was panic. I grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to shake him out of it. I was begging him, pleading with him to talk to me, to tell me what was wrong, to tell me how we could fix it. But nothing worked. His eyes were empty, distant. I couldn't reach him. I couldn't stop him. I felt like I was losing him, like I was losing the one person in this world who truly understood me. He kept saying he hated himself, that he couldn't go on like this, that everything was too much to handle. His voice was hollow, like a part of him was already gone. I snapped. I hit him. It wasn't hard, but I hit him. I had to. I needed to get his attention, to make him understand that he wasn't alone, that we still needed him here. I didn't care if he hated me for it. I just needed him to hear me. His reaction was the last thing I expected. He broke down, completely. He dropped his head into his hands and started crying. It wasn't the usual Bill I knew. This wasn't the guy who always had it together. This was someone completely different, someone I didn't recognize. I didn't know what to do next. My mind was spinning, my hands were shaking. I could feel the tears starting to well up in my own eyes, but I couldn't let him see that. I had to keep it together for him. I had to be strong for him. That's when my squad leader showed up. He saw what was going on and walked up to us, like everything was fine. I couldn't even look at him. I couldn't deal with anyone else right now. I shoved my squad leader away and told him to get lost. I didn't care if I got in trouble. I wasn't leaving Bill alone, not now. Eventually, a few other guys came over. They weren't going to let Bill fall apart either. They sat with him, listened to him, let him talk. I didn't know what they said, but they got through to him. They talked about Charlie, about the good memories, the funny stories. I could see it in Bill's face. The tension started to ease, even if it was just a little. I wasn't going to let him go home by himself. Not after everything he'd just said. I didn't trust him, not yet. I told him to get in the car. He didn't argue, just got in. I could still feel the weight of it all, pressing down on me as I drove him back to the barracks. I was trying not to freak out, but it was hard. I didn't know if he'd change his mind before we got there, if he'd do something stupid. When we got back to the barracks, I didn't let him go to his room. He wasn't going anywhere alone tonight. I made him walk with me to his room, but when we got to the door, I made him go in the closet. I locked the door and sat outside it all night, not moving. I didn't sleep a wink. I couldn't. My mind was racing, thinking about everything that could have gone wrong, thinking about how close I'd come to losing him. The next morning, Bill woke up and didn't know what had happened. He asked me why he was in the closet. I told him everything. I told him that he wasn't going to drink again, not for a long time. He didn't argue. He didn't fight me on it. He just looked at me, his eyes empty for a moment before nodding. I wasn't sure if he understood just how serious it all was, but I knew he would remember that night. That was the scariest moment of my life. Not just because I thought I might lose Bill, but because I couldn't imagine what it would be like if he was gone. Losing Charlie had already shattered me. But losing Bill? That would have been more than I could handle. It's not about fearing for yourself. It's about fearing for the ones you love. That's where the real terror lies. I'm just glad Bill's still here. He's still my best friend, and I still look out for him. But that night changed something in me. I learned what it really means to care for someone. I learned what it really means to be there for someone, even when it feels like you're losing them. Life's fragile. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and you don't know who you'll lose next. All you can do is hold on, keep fighting, and make sure the people you care about know you're there for them. I've never been more afraid than I was that night. But it wasn't just the fear of losing someone. It was the fear of being too late. A friend of mine is the type who always seems to have the craziest things happen to her. The kind of person who just attracts weird stories like a magnet. I always joked that she was like living entertainment, that no matter how dull your own life was, if you spent enough time around her, something wild would eventually happen. She was always telling stories about getting her car stuck in a random parade, accidentally joining a bachelorette party for someone she didn't know, or getting chased by a goose through a public park while people watched and laughed. It was just how things were with her. Funny, harmless stuff. It was part of why I liked being around her. You never knew what was coming next. But this time, it wasn't funny. It's still the most horrifying thing that's ever happened to someone I know personally. She was about 20 years old when it happened. Legal drinking age here is 19, so she was already going out to bars now, and then with her friends. Nothing crazy. She wasn't a heavy drinker or anything like that. She just liked the social part of it, hanging out, meeting people, dancing sometimes. It was just another night for her. A regular Friday night. She had gone out with a group of friends to a bar that wasn't known for trouble. It wasn't one of those dark, grimy places tucked away in some alley either. It was actually pretty nice. It was in a busier part of town, lots of shops and restaurants nearby, good lighting on the streets, lots of people around even late at night. The kind of place where you felt pretty safe walking alone, if you had to. Not the sort of place where you'd expect anything bad to happen. And that's probably why what happened shook her, and me so badly. It wasn't supposed to be a dangerous night. Nothing about it had felt dangerous until it was too late. She was standing outside the bar with her friends, saying their goodbyes. You know how it goes. You don't just leave immediately. Everyone's lingering. Half the group is trying to plan where to go next. Someone's looking for their jacket. Someone else is laughing too hard at something that wasn't even that funny. Normal, drunk kid behavior. The street was alive with people. Other groups were coming and going from the bar, the restaurant across the street, walking toward their cars or the bus stop. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a fight broke out a few feet away from them. Two guys, maybe mid-20s, average looking. Not huge tough guys or anything. They didn't stand out at all until they started shouting. It happened so fast that at first, no one even knew what they were shouting about. Something stupid. One of them accusing the other of looking at his girlfriend or something like that. It wasn't clear, and honestly, it didn't matter. It was the kind of petty argument you hear at bars all the time, and most people just expect it to fizzle out after a few curse words. But this time, one of them pulled out a knife. Not waving it around, not making a show of it. He just lunged forward, fast, and stabbed the other guy right in the gut. And then he ran. Just took off into the night like a shadow slipping between the people who didn't even know yet what had happened. At first, nobody reacted. It was that kind of moment where your brain refuses to believe what you just saw. My friend told me later that it was like her mind just couldn't process it. Like it wasn't real. She stood there frozen for what felt like minutes, but was probably just a second or two, watching the stabbed guy stagger back, clutch his stomach, and collapse onto the sidewalk. The screaming started a heartbeat later. People scrambling back, someone dropping their drink, others backing up in a panic. The normal night had snapped into chaos, so fast it didn't feel real. Some people ran. Others just stood there, staring. My friend didn't even remember making a decision, but somehow she was moving toward him. She had done some first aid training a few years earlier. Basic stuff. CPR, wound care, what to do if someone is bleeding badly. It wasn't the kind of thing she thought she'd ever actually have to use. She said it always felt like something you learn about but never need, like how you might know how to change a flat tire, but still call roadside assistance when it actually happens. But when she saw him lying there, blood spreading fast over the front of his shirt, pooling on the concrete under him, she didn't hesitate. Something deeper than thought took over. She dropped to her knees beside him. He was conscious, his face twisted up in pain and fear, his hands slick with blood as he tried to press against the wound. She took over without thinking, applying pressure, telling him, though she doesn't remember what exactly she said, to stay awake, to keep breathing. Someone nearby was shouting for help. Someone else was calling 911. It was all a blur around her. She didn't even notice how much blood there was until later. In the moment, she just knew she had to keep him from bleeding out. That was the single thought running through her mind. Keep the blood inside him. Keep him awake. Don't let him die. She ripped off her jacket and pressed it against the wound, leaning into it with all her weight. He made a sound, half moan, half whimper, but she didn't let up. She couldn't afford to be gentle. His shirt was soaked through almost immediately. The warmth of his blood was startling, soaking into her hands, her jeans where she knelt on the ground. Minutes passed, though she couldn't have said how many. Time stopped meaning anything. It might have been 3 minutes, it might have been 20. All she knew was the blood, and the way his breathing hitched and shuddered under her hands, and the sick fear clawing at her chest that she wasn't doing enough, that he was slipping away anyway. The sirens came eventually, distant at first, then louder, and then they were there. A flurry of paramedics and police. Strong hands pulling her back, taking over. Someone took her arms and lifted her off the ground. She stood up on shaking legs and backed away without a word. She stumbled over to a bench a little ways down the street and sat heavily. That's when the shock really hit her. She sat there, hunched over, her hands and arms streaked with blood, her jeans soaked. She stared at the ground, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. People moved around her, police interviewing witnesses, paramedics shouting orders, flashing lights washing the street in red and blue, but she stayed frozen. She felt detached, like her body was somewhere else, her mind floating above it all. She didn't cry. She didn't shiver. She just sat there, blank and numb, her heart pounding in her ears. She didn't even notice the paramedic approach her until he gently placed a blanket over her shoulders. She flinched at the touch, blinking up at him like she was waking up from a deep sleep. He said something to her, calm, careful words, but she couldn't process them. She just nodded because it felt like the right thing to do. They didn't pressure her to move. They just let her sit there, wrapped in the blanket, while they finished stabilizing the guy she'd helped. They loaded him into the ambulance and drove off, sirens wailing into the night. She stayed sitting there long after the noise had faded. At some point, one of the paramedics came back and crouched beside her. He talked to her for a few minutes, not trying to make her talk, just making sure she wasn't alone in that moment, asking if she had someone who could take her home. She nodded again. Her friends, who had been hovering nearby, came over, and the paramedic made sure they understood how shaken up she was, told them to keep an eye on her. They took her home, still mostly silent. She changed out of her blood-soaked clothes in a daze, bundling them up and stuffing them into a garbage bag because she couldn't stand to look at them. She showered for a long time, scrubbing her skin raw, but it felt like she couldn't get the smell out of her nose, the sharp, metallic scent of blood. Even when she climbed into bed, freshly washed, she could still smell it somehow. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw flashes, the knife, the blood, the look on the guy's face. She lay there in the dark for hours, staring at the ceiling, trying to tell herself it was over, that she had done everything she could, that he was in a hospital now with real doctors, getting real help. In the days that followed, she found out that the guy survived. Barely, but he made it. She never met him. Never wanted to. It wasn't about recognition or thanks. She didn't want to relive that night more than she already was in her head every day. But knowing he lived helped. It made the whole thing feel slightly less helpless, slightly less like she was trapped in some nightmare loop. She got checked out by a counselor a few weeks later, encouraged by her family and friends. It helped, even if she didn't think it would at first. Just talking about it in a space where she didn't have to be okay helped her unpack the fear and guilt and anger she didn't even realize she was carrying. It changed her. That night left a scar, even if you couldn't see it. She still went out with friends, but she was different now, more cautious, always aware of her surroundings. She carried a little first aid kit in her bag after that, too, just in case. I still think about it sometimes when I'm out late, or when I'm with her and we're laughing about something dumb like old times. How fragile everything is. How quickly a normal night can become something you carry with you for the rest of your life. It all turned out okay in the end. The guy lived. My friend recovered, even if she was never quite the same. Life moved on. But the memory of that night, the blood on her hands, the sirens, the way the world shifted in an instant, that's something that stays. Not in a way that ruins you, but in a way that changes the way you see the world forever. She's still the friend who brings crazy stories into my life, still the magnet for the bizarre and unexpected. But every time she laughs about some wild thing that happened to her, I remember that not all of her stories end with laughter. Some of them end with a silence so deep it hums in your bones. And sometimes being brave doesn't look like what you think it does. It looks like a 20-year-old girl pressing her jacket into a stranger's wound while the world falls apart around her. I was late as hell to the party, but honestly, I wasn't all that concerned. Who cares if I'm late, right? The party would still be going on when I showed up. Or maybe they wouldn't, I don't know. It wasn't like I was the life of the party anyway. But that's how I was thinking as I drove down the highway, listening to the hum of the tires against the road and watching the lights from the cars ahead of me flicker in and out. Something about being on a long, empty stretch of road felt comforting, even if the night was darker than usual and the clouds hung low, making everything feel like it was crammed together, suffocating. I didn't really want to think about anything too serious, just passing the time in the car, when I started remembering something from when I was really young. I couldn't have been older than 3 or 4, maybe 2, but that's pushing it. The memory had been lingering in my mind for years now, and I was starting to realize it wasn't just some random, disjointed thing I would forget. It was something that stayed with me, something that haunted me, even though I couldn't have possibly understood it at the time. I was just a kid. I was with my dad and my uncle. We were headed to Anchorage, and if you know that stretch of highway, the one that runs through the swampy patches of land, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's this long, straight stretch of highway that feels like it's the only thing between you and the vast nothingness of the land around it. No trees, just marshland and swamps with no clear boundary in sight. The kind of place where you could easily drive off the road and vanish without anyone noticing. You don't see much in the way of traffic. It's a lonely stretch of road, especially at night. Anyway, we were driving along, just abiding by the speed limit and minding our own business when it happened. A motorcyclist came from nowhere. No indication, no headlights, no warning. He just appeared, coming out of the mist, and swerved straight into the lane in front of us. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to react, but I could feel the car's brakes screeching as my dad tried to slow us down. It wasn't enough. The motorcycle slammed into the front of our car, and the impact felt like the world had just exploded. I remember the whole car jerking forward with a violent force, my tiny body being pushed into the seatbelt, my little head jerking back into the harness. I was in one of those baby harness things at the time, so I was strapped to my dad's chest, but it didn't protect me from the chaos of the moment. The motorcycle hit so hard that the rider was thrown from his bike, and I watched wide-eyed as he flew through the air. His bike ended up in a swampy patch just about 20 feet off the road. Everything went silent for a second, but it was a silence that made my heart race. My dad's hands were trembling, and my uncle cursed under his breath as he got out of the car. They both ran towards the man who just collided with us, and I could see them from where I was sitting, walking cautiously over to the biker. He was lying on the road, face down, and there was so much blood. I couldn't really comprehend it at the time, but I could see it, bright red and sticky, splattered everywhere. My stomach turned, even though I didn't understand the full horror of what I was seeing. My dad crouched down next to the biker, his voice muffled and low, but it was the way he moved that I remember most. He was always the calm one, the guy who stayed level-headed in every situation. But right now he wasn't calm. He was moving in a way I'd never seen before. My uncle stood off to the side, his face pale, watching my dad check on the biker. And then it happened. The biker, who I thought was dead, suddenly moved. He rolled over, and when he did, he let out the most horrible, agonized noise I've ever heard. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a groan. It was something in between, something raw, something that didn't sound human. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. My dad crouching down, my tiny little self, eyes wide, my face at eye level with this man's ear. And then the biker's eyes snapped open, and they looked straight into mine. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll never forget the look on his face. It was like he was staring into my soul. His face, what was left of it, was mangled, his nose torn off, the skin from his face peeling away. There was blood, of course, but there was something else too. It was like his whole face was gone, and what was left behind was just a mess of muscle, bone, and pain. His eyes, though, they were wide open, locked onto mine, like he was trying to communicate something to me. But what? Was he begging for help? Or was he just trying to make sense of his own agony before it ended? And then he made that noise again, that horrible, inhuman sound. It rattled in the back of his throat, and I watched as the breath left his body. He stopped breathing just like that, and I swear to God, it felt like everything in the world came to a halt for a moment. My dad and my uncle didn't seem to notice the way the air changed, the way the whole moment seemed to stretch on for eternity. They kept moving, checking for a pulse, trying to do something. But I knew even then that there was nothing that could be done for this guy. I didn't understand death, not fully, but I could feel it in that moment. The stillness that followed that final breath was chilling. It was the kind of stillness that creeps into your bones and never lets go. I don't know how much time passed after that. It could have been minutes or hours. My dad and uncle finally came back to the car, and we drove off, leaving the biker behind. I remember feeling a little numb, not fully understanding what had just happened, but knowing something had changed in me. I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to process it. I was just a kid after all, but I couldn't forget. The image of that man's face, his eyes locked onto mine, haunted me. It stayed with me in the quiet moments, in the shadows of the night, and in the dreams that came more often as I got older. I would wake up sometimes, drenched in sweat, feeling like I was back in that moment, watching him die, watching the blood stain the ground. His face, his eyes, the way he looked at me like he knew something I didn't. It wasn't until much later, when I was older, that I understood what had happened. I understood what death was, what it meant to see someone die, to witness the end of a life so violently. The memory didn't go away, though. It kept coming back. I'd see that biker in my dreams, see his face, his eyes, and I'd wake up with the same feeling of dread, the same tightness in my chest that I'd felt when I was a little kid. And tonight, as I drive to that party, I feel it creeping up again. The memory of that man, the way his eyes locked onto mine, the way his breath left him so suddenly, it all comes rushing back. I've been avoiding it for so long, pushing it to the back of my mind, but tonight I can't escape it. The party's still happening, but as I pull into the driveway, I know that it doesn't matter. I'm not going to shake this feeling, not tonight. That biker will be there in my mind, just like he always is, waiting for me to remember, to relive the horror of that moment when I saw him die. I take a deep breath as I park the car, but it doesn't help. The weight of that memory is heavy, and it's not going anywhere. Not tonight. Not ever. When I was a kid, my bedtime was always 8 o'clock sharp, whether it was a school night or not. It didn't matter if the sun was still hanging low in the sky, or if the house was full of life. My parents were firm about it. I had to be in bed, lights out, no talking, no excuses. Most nights, I'd just lay there wide awake, listening to the sounds of my family carrying on without me. They'd still be in the kitchen or the living room, laughing, talking, washing dishes, moving chairs around. The house felt alive without me, and I always felt stuck in my room like a forgotten piece of furniture. My bed was pushed up against the far wall, facing the doorway that opened into a long hallway. The hallway light was always left on, probably so I wouldn't get scared, but honestly, it made it worse sometimes. The bright, buzzing yellow light spilled into my dark room, casting long, weird shadows across the floor. Sometimes the shapes would stretch and move if someone passed by in the hallway, and I'd imagine all kinds of things creeping around. But most nights, it was just empty. One of the ways I passed the time was by squinting my eyes almost closed and looking at the hallway light. If I squeezed them just right, the light would flare into long beams, stretching across my vision like little starbursts. I used to think it was kind of magical. I'd lie there under my blanket, blinking slowly, trying to see how long I could stretch the light rays before my eyes started to water. That night was like every other. I was lying there on my back, staring at the light, listening to my family laughing and talking in the kitchen. Someone was running the faucet, plates were clattering together, and once in a while I'd catch a word or two floating down the hallway. It made me feel a little less alone, hearing them so close, but just out of reach. I shifted under my blanket, trying to get comfortable, but the sheets were warm and stuck to my legs, and the pillow felt too hard under my head. I squinted harder at the light, stretching the beams until the edges of the doorway looked blurry. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was this shape standing just beyond the threshold of my door, half in the hallway and half in the darkness of my room. She looked almost see-through, like if you stared too hard, she might melt into the air. But even with the fuzziness, I could see the details clear as day. She was an old lady, her hair a wild mess of long, curly yellow strands that framed her face like a lion's mane. She was wearing this faded purple dress with flowers all over it, like the kind old ladies wore to church or backyard barbecues. The dress looked worn, the colors dulled, like it had been washed 100 times too many. She was smiling at me. Not just a regular smile either. Her mouth stretched halfway across her face, so wide it made her cheeks puff out and her eyes crinkle into little slits. It didn't look happy though. It looked wrong, like someone trying to fake a smile but going way too far. It made my stomach twist up into a knot. I froze. I wanted to scream. Every part of me was screaming inside. I could feel my chest tighten and my throat close up, but when I tried to make a sound, nothing came out. Not a whimper, not a gasp, nothing. My body felt like it had turned into concrete, heavy and stiff. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. She just stood there, staring at me with that giant smile, not moving, not making a sound. The longer I looked at her, the more the details sank in. The faint way her body shimmered, the way her hands hung limp at her sides, her knuckles swollen like thick marbles. Her eyes were wide and too shiny, like they were full of tears that never fell. The light from the hallway passed through her just a little, bending around her like heat rising off asphalt. I don't know how long I laid there, locked in that staring contest. It felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Somehow, I found enough strength to yank the blanket over my head. My arms felt like they weighed 100 pounds, but I pulled the covers up and clutched them so tightly my fingers hurt. I buried my face into the pillow and started crying, silent and hard. I didn't dare pull the blanket down to look again. I was convinced if I peeked, she'd be standing right over me, bending down with that horrible smile stretching wider and wider until it split her face in two. I cried myself to sleep like that, curled up in a tight ball, the air under the blanket hot and stale, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it felt like it might explode. When morning finally came, the sun blazing through the window, I peeled the blanket off my face. My eyes were crusty from crying, and my mouth felt dry and sour. I sat up slowly, looking around the room. Everything looked normal. My dresser was still against the wall. My bookshelf was still overflowing with books and toys. The hallway outside was empty, just washed in the pale morning light. I got dressed and went to find my sister. She was sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal straight out of the box, still in her pajamas. I remember feeling like I had to say something, like if I didn't tell someone right away, that thing would somehow come back for me. I asked her if we had any visitors the night before. My exact words were probably something dumb like, "Did an old white lady visit us last night?" She just gave me a weird look and shook her head. I told her what I saw, stumbling over the details, still scared that saying it out loud would make it more real. She listened for a minute, and then shrugged and said something about it probably being my guardian angel. I didn't really know what a guardian angel was supposed to look like back then, but even at that age, I knew in my gut that whatever I had seen wasn't there to protect me. It didn't feel like comfort. It felt like something way worse. Still, after she said that, I tried to convince myself that maybe she was right. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming with my eyes open. Maybe it was the weird way the light stretched when I squinted. I told myself a lot of things, but none of them really stuck. That image, that smile, it was burned into my brain like a scar. Life went on. I still had to go to bed at 8. I still squinted at the hallway light sometimes, but not as much. Some nights I buried my head under the blanket before I even had a chance to think about it. I never saw her again, but the feeling of that night never left me. It wasn't until a few months later, during a random lunch at school, that something happened that made everything bubble back up. I was sitting with some classmates, not really paying attention to their conversation, when one of the boys started telling a story about something weird that happened to him. He was laughing, trying to brush it off, but I could hear the edge of nervousness in his voice. He said he was closing the garage door at his house late one night when he saw someone standing in the backyard. It wasn't super dark because of the porch lights, but it was dark enough. He said it was a teenage boy, just standing there, staring at him. The thing that stuck with him, though, was the smile. The boy had a smile that stretched halfway across his face, wide and unnatural, just standing there in the shadows. My whole body went cold when I heard that. It was like being punched in the stomach. That same smile, that same feeling. He said he ran back inside and slammed the door, too scared to even look back. It haunted me for a long time after that. Not just what I had seen, but the realization that someone else had seen something similar. It made it feel real, way more real than I wanted it to be. It wasn't just a dream. It wasn't just my brain playing tricks. Something was there that night. Over time, I tried to make sense of it. I thought about it a lot when I was older, sitting alone in my apartment or driving late at night down empty streets. I came up with a lot of theories. Maybe it was just a hallucination, the way the brain can sometimes mix dreams and waking life when you're half asleep. Maybe the boy my classmate saw was a real person, some creep sneaking around at night. Maybe the woman I saw was a trick of the light, a patch of hallway brightness and shadow that my tired brain turned into something familiar but wrong. The human brain is wired to recognize faces. It's why we see them in clouds, in tree bark, in patterns on the wall. When you're a kid, tired and scared, and your imagination is running wild, your brain can stitch together light and dark into something almost real. Almost. But even knowing all that, I still get a pit in my stomach when I think about that night. The way she smiled, the way she stared, the way I couldn't scream. I don't believe in guardian angels. I don't believe in ghosts either. But I believe that sometimes our brains show us things we're not ready to see. Things that don't belong. Things that were familiar shapes and faces just long enough to make us let our guard down. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's all it ever is. But even now, all these years later, every once in a while when I'm laying in bed at night and the room is half dark and the hallway light is spilling in, I find myself squeezing my eyes half shut just to stretch the light into those long beams again. And every once in a while, for just a split second, I swear I can see her there, standing at the edge of the light, smiling. I was 13 years old when I lived in a small town in rural Zimbabwe. It wasn't much, just a quiet, out-of-the-way place surrounded by vast stretches of bush, old farms, and the occasional dirt road that led to nowhere in particular. Our house was large, built in the typical colonial style that was still common in those days. It was a single-story house, with wide verandas and a huge garden that stretched all around the property. The garden was mostly grass, with tall trees, some small flower beds, and bushes here and there. My parents were never ones for fancy landscaping, so it was more of a space we used to run around and play, and sometimes get into trouble. On one side of the house, the garden narrowed into a small path that ran between our house and the fence of the neighbor's property. The fence was tall, made of old wire and wooden posts, and beyond it was a small patch of unkempt land. This narrow section of garden was where I spent most of my time exploring, mostly because it led to a cement-lined pond that had long been abandoned. The pond had once been the pride of the property, an attempt at something elegant, I suppose, but over the years, it had filled with rubble and plants, becoming a forgotten eyesore. I'd been working on clearing it for a while. It was a slow job, one I had started mostly out of curiosity. The pond was an odd thing, a large rectangle of cracked cement with one side split open by time and neglect. There was a strange, eerie quality to it, but I wasn't one to be afraid of such things. Most of the rubble and the overgrown vines had taken root in the shallow pool, and I'd spent the past few weeks pulling it all out. I'd even started to plan on filling it in with dirt, thinking maybe it could be used for something useful, maybe a small vegetable garden or even a proper fish pond, if I could figure it out. It was an afternoon, one of those hot and sticky ones, when it all happened. My friend Dan and I were messing around in the garden, as we often did. We had no particular plans, just chasing each other around, pretending to be superheroes or soldiers, or whatever the game of the day was. I remember laughing, running down that narrow section of the garden, and feeling the wind in my face as I made my way toward the old pond. There was nothing unusual about it, not at first. It was just another part of the garden, after all. But then something strange happened. A sudden shift, like a cold gust of wind, or maybe it wasn't a gust at all. My body froze. At first, I couldn't understand what was happening. I had been running, full of energy and excitement, but then it felt like everything just stopped. It wasn't physical, not exactly. It was like a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. It started from my chest, like a pressure building up inside me, and then spread out, up through my throat, my arms, my legs. I felt paralyzed, standing there, staring at the pond, even though I had only been a couple of meters from it. It was as if the world around me had gone silent, as though I was the only one who could hear the pounding of my own heart. I could feel the sweat on my skin, the oppressive heat of the afternoon pressing down on me. But all I could do was stand there. I didn't understand it, couldn't explain it, but I knew that I had to stop. Something deep inside me screamed at me to stop, and I obeyed instinctively, like a dog hearing a command it didn't question. I remember standing there for what felt like an eternity, rooted to the spot, with my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't move. The air felt heavy, thick, and every nerve in my body seemed to be screaming at me to leave. But why? There was no reason for it. The day was normal. The world hadn't changed. But something in me knew something wasn't right. That's when I saw it. It was a movement from the far side of the pond, from a crack in the cement wall. It was slow at first, almost imperceptible. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing, not at first. But then it emerged, sliding out of the crack, long and slick, a dark shape against the light-colored cement. It was a snake. I didn't know it at first, not until it slithered fully out into the open. The scales, the smooth, sinuous movement. Then it hit me. It was a Mozambique-spitting cobra. I had seen these snakes before, but I'd never come across one this close, not on our property. The Mozambique-spitting cobra is one of the most dangerous snakes in Africa, venomous enough to kill a person in a matter of hours if bitten. Its venom is fast-acting, and the snake's defensive nature means it won't hesitate to strike if it feels threatened. The worst part about these snakes is their ability to spit venom with accuracy, aiming for the eyes, blinding their prey or attacker before they strike. The snake wasn't just any snake, though. It was large, maybe a meter long, its body thick and muscular, coiled slightly as it slid out of the crack in the pond's wall. My mind raced, trying to process the situation, but I couldn't move. My legs felt heavy, and my feet felt glued to the ground. Every rational part of me was screaming at me to run, to get away, but I couldn't. I was transfixed by the snake, its hood partially raised, the black and gray pattern on its scales shimmering in the afternoon light. Its head was raised slightly, and I could see the way its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the air. I knew it was aware of me, and I knew it was calculating whether or not I posed a threat. I don't know how long I stood there. Seconds? Minutes? Time had lost all meaning. But in that moment, there was only one thing that mattered: the snake. I had heard stories of these snakes, how quickly they could strike, how deadly their venom was, and how even a small mistake could lead to disaster. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to move. I was frozen, not just physically, but mentally as well. My body was telling me to run, but my mind was too overwhelmed to act. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the snake slid back into the crack in the pond's wall. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate, but I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. It was like everything had stopped, like the snake had put a spell on me that I couldn't break. Only after a few moments did I slowly, cautiously, begin to back away from the pond. I didn't turn my back to it, not once. I kept my eyes fixed on the place where it had disappeared, and I backed up, step by slow step, until I was far enough away to feel like I could finally breathe again. When I finally got back to the main part of the garden, my legs still felt like jelly. I didn't speak. I couldn't. Dan had been watching, but he didn't say anything either. He knew something had happened, something I couldn't explain. We both just stood there, in the heat of the afternoon, trying to process what had just occurred. The next day, the pond was filled in. My father had insisted on it. I didn't ask questions. I didn't even tell him about the snake. He didn't need to know. All I knew was that I didn't want to risk going anywhere near that pond again. And honestly, I didn't care what they filled it with, sand, dirt, whatever. It didn't matter. The fear, that overwhelming sense of dread, had been enough to convince me that the pond had been a dangerous place, one I should have never gone near. Even now, years later, I can't explain what happened that day. It wasn't just fear, not in the way you'd expect. It was something more primal, something that I couldn't fight. I can't tell you why I stopped. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was luck. But all I know is that if I hadn't stopped, I wouldn't be here today. That snake, if it had felt threatened enough, could have struck. And then who knows? Maybe this story wouldn't even exist. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I had ignored that sudden surge of dread, that instinct that froze me in place. Would I have been bitten? Would I have survived? I'll never know. But I do know one thing. The fear that gripped me that day saved my life. And I will never forget that feeling, the one that kept me from taking another step. It was a quiet afternoon when I decided to lay down on my bed and read. I was about 16 at the time, and my room was the perfect escape. It was small, but it had a comfortable bed with soft pillows that always made me feel at ease. The sun was streaming through the window, casting a warm glow across the room, and I had a book in my hands that was so captivating that I barely noticed the time passing. But as I reached a certain point in the book, I felt that familiar hunger tugging at my stomach. I was halfway through a chapter, but I couldn't ignore the growing emptiness inside me anymore. So, I placed the book down on the bed beside me and sat up, stretching my arms over my head to release the tension that had built up in my back. The hunger was stronger than the pull of the story, and I thought about getting up to grab a snack. But then, for some strange reason, I decided to lie back down. It wasn't that I was exhausted or that I wanted to take a nap. It was just this odd, sudden decision. Maybe I was just comfortable in that moment, the bed feeling like the perfect place to let my mind wander. So I closed my eyes and let myself sink back into the softness of the mattress. As soon as I did, something unexpected happened. I didn't feel the weight of my body pressing down against the bed, as I had anticipated. Instead, I felt lighter, much lighter. It wasn't a sharp, sudden sensation, but more like a gradual shift, as if I were slowly lifting off the surface, like some unseen force was gently pulling me upward. My stomach tightened with a strange kind of unease, and yet there was something peaceful about it. I opened my eyes. The room was still the same. My dresser sat against the far wall, clothes draped over the chair by the window. The sunlight was still pouring in, and everything looked as it always had. But I wasn't on the bed anymore. I was hovering, floating. I could see my own bed beneath me, the crumpled sheets where I had just been lying. And as I looked down, I saw myself there, still fully reclined, eyes closed, but still, I was no longer there. Not in the same way. I was standing or floating, several inches above the bed, my body slightly tilted to the right. I wasn't sure if it was the weightlessness that made me feel so off balance, but I slowly started to rotate. The spinning was so slow at first that I couldn't even tell if it was happening at all. My body gently tilted to the right, and it felt like I was caught in some kind of drift. For a moment, I couldn't focus on anything, just watching the room turn ever so slightly as I floated in the air. I couldn't move, couldn't reach out to steady myself. I just watched. And then, it was as though something shifted inside me, like a click in my brain, and I realized where I was. I was upside down, no longer hovering straight above the bed, but completely inverted, suspended by something I couldn't comprehend. I tried to focus, to understand what was happening to me, but all I could see now was the bed beneath me. My heart skipped a beat. I could see myself, my own body, lying perfectly still on the bed, with my eyes closed. But in that moment, I couldn't feel my body. I wasn't there. I wasn't connected to that physical form anymore. It was like I was looking at someone else who looked exactly like me. But I wasn't just observing. I was floating in the doorway. I could see my own body from a different perspective, as if I were standing there in the room, outside of myself, watching. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. The floating me, the body on the bed, and the version of me standing at the doorway. It was all happening in one singular, chaotic second, and yet it felt like eternity. I felt removed from everything, as if I were just an observer in this strange, disjointed experience. Then something unexpected happened. The me that was still lying on the bed, eyes closed, unaware, suddenly opened them. In that moment, in that fraction of a second, the me in the doorway and the me on the bed locked eyes. It wasn't a dreamlike gaze, no soft fuzziness or lack of clarity. No, it was clear, sharp, as if both of us were fully aware of the other's existence for just the briefest, most unsettling moment. I froze. I couldn't move. It was a connection I had never felt before, one that sent a chill crawling up my spine. I didn't know how to explain it. I wasn't scared, but I wasn't calm either. It was just this eerie feeling of watching myself in the same space. No separation between who I was and who I was supposed to be. There was no logical explanation for what was happening, and yet it didn't feel impossible. Then, as if a sudden gust of wind had blown through the room, the connection snapped. I felt it. The world tilted, and the floating me plummeted downward, back toward the body on the bed. I watched it happen, almost in slow motion, like I was a passenger in my own body, unable to stop it. The falling me reached the body on the bed, and for an instant, I felt the collision. It wasn't a physical sensation, like hitting the ground, but something far deeper, like the return of a missing piece, a moment of reconnection. But as it happened, I lost all sense of sight. The world around me became dark, and I couldn't see. My vision, my consciousness was gone. The sensation of floating, of being above it all, was completely wiped away. I could no longer observe from the doorway. I was back, but not quite the same. I opened my eyes, and for a split second, I didn't understand where I was. The room, still as familiar as ever, was somehow foreign, distant. I felt heavier, like the weight of my body had come crashing back down, settling into my bones in a way that made me feel trapped. As if I was anchored to this version of reality in a way I hadn't been before. I looked around, half expecting something to be different, but everything was still the same. The bed, the dresser, the sunlight filtering in. It was as if nothing had changed, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had. Something had shifted in me, and I couldn't understand it. I glanced at the clock. It was still afternoon, just like when I had first laid down to read. I thought about getting up, getting something to eat, but something held me there. A part of me still felt unsettled, like a shadow hanging over me that I couldn't quite grasp. It took me a long time to gather the courage to stand up, to move from where I lay. But when I did, I didn't feel like myself, not fully. I could walk, could feel my legs beneath me, but the sensation was distant, hollow almost. I never spoke about what happened to anyone. There was no way to explain it, no one I could turn to. I couldn't make sense of it, and so I kept it to myself. It was easier that way. In the years that followed, I occasionally wondered about that moment. I'd think about it in the quiet of the night, or when my mind wandered too far. What had happened? Was it a dream? A trick of the mind? Or something else entirely? I didn't know, but I had no real answers. Just the cold memory of the experience, and the unsettling feeling that it wasn't just a trick of the mind. There was something more to it, and I still didn't know what that was. I was never one to get overly emotional. I've always been a bit reserved, keeping my feelings in check. Not because I didn't care, but because I didn't see the point of unnecessary fuss. So when we got the call about the new job in Pennsylvania, I didn't think much of it at first. My fiancé and I had been moving around the country for work for a while, living in Texas at the time, bouncing from state to state, settling into places for a few months before packing up again. It was just our routine. The life we had chosen, and honestly, I loved it. We were doing well, our son was happy, and we were comfortable in our own little world. But something was different this time. We had decided to visit our families in California before heading out to PA. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to catch up with everyone since we hadn't been back in a while. His family lived about 6 hours away from mine, so the plan was to visit them first, then head over to my parents' place the next day. I remember feeling an inexplicable dread building up in the pit of my stomach as we were planning. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling kept gnawing at me. I couldn't explain it, couldn't pinpoint why I felt so uneasy, but it was there lurking. We were packing our bags when I finally blurted out to him, "I don't know, I just don't feel right about this." He paused, raising an eyebrow. He was the more laid-back one, always trying to keep the peace. I'm sure he thought I was being silly, but it didn't stop the knot that twisted tighter in my gut every time I thought about going to visit our families. He tried to brush it off, giving me a reassuring smile. "Hey, it's just a short visit. We'll be back in no time. Don't worry." But the more he said it, the more unsettled I felt. By the time we left Texas, I was nearly in tears. It felt as though something was waiting for me, but I didn't know what. Maybe it was just the stress of the move, I told myself. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. We arrived at his parents' house first. The trip was long, but we made it, and as usual, his family was welcoming and warm. They were the type to always offer you something to eat, sit you down, and try to make you feel at home. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It was like the air was heavy, pressing down on me. The house felt too quiet, too still. And even though we were surrounded by people, I felt incredibly alone. The next morning, I woke up early, packing up our things to head to my parents' house. My fiancé stayed behind with his family, and I took our son and made the drive to my parents' place. I didn't want to leave him behind, but he reassured me that we'd see each other in less than a week. It was silly, really, to feel so sad about leaving when I knew we'd be back together so soon. But the tears started to spill out of me as I was saying goodbye. "Don't worry," he said, pulling me close. I'll see you soon. It's not like I'm leaving for good." He smiled and kissed me, but I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of sadness that weighed me down. I drove off, trying to hold back my tears, but they came anyway. The drive to my parents' house felt long, even though it was only a few hours. I couldn't understand why I was so emotional. It didn't make sense. I had done this 100 times before. Why was this time different? When I arrived at my parents' house, everything felt strangely distant. It was familiar, yes, but it was like I didn't belong there anymore. Maybe it was the change of pace, or maybe it was the fact that I had started to build my own life with my fiancé and our son. Still, I tried to settle in. My parents were happy to see me and our son, and we spent the next couple of days catching up, but I could never shake the feeling that something was wrong. One evening, after my son had gone to bed, I was sitting in the living room, talking to my fiancé on the phone. He sounded tired, which wasn't unusual. He had been working long hours, and it was getting to him. But something in his voice made my heart ache. It was as if he was holding back, like he didn't want to burden me with whatever was weighing on him. I asked him how he was doing, but he just told me he was fine, that he'd be getting some rest. We said our goodbyes, and I hung up. I didn't sleep right away. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the emptiness around me. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like something was coming. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself that it was just stress, but the more I tried to calm myself, the more unsettled I became. That night, I fell asleep, but the moment I did, I was overwhelmed by an icy chill. It was like a wave of cold that washed over me, and with it came a suffocating sense of loneliness. It was as if I was drifting in a sea of sorrow and blackness. There was no warmth, no comfort, just an overwhelming sense of being completely alone. It was terrifying, worse than anything I had ever felt before. I tried to shake it off, tried to tell myself it was just a bad dream, but it felt so real. I felt paralyzed, unable to move, unable to breathe, as if the weight of the world was pressing down on me. It lasted for what felt like hours, but when I finally woke up, drenched in sweat, the feeling lingered. The next morning, I tried to reach my fiancé. I called him several times, but there was no answer. I sent him messages, asking if he was okay, but still no response. I started to panic, the nagging feeling in the back of my mind growing louder. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was wrong. I called his parents, asking if they had heard from him, but they hadn't. They tried to reassure me that he was probably just sleeping in or busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. It wasn't until around 6 p.m. that the phone call came, the one that would change everything. I'll never forget the voice on the other end of the line, so calm and quiet, as if they were trying to keep it together, but I could hear the sorrow in their words. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Your fiancé passed away in his sleep." I felt the world shatter around me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't process what I was hearing. My mind couldn't comprehend it. I remember dropping the phone, the sound of it hitting the floor barely registering in my brain. My body went cold, numb. It felt like I was being pulled into a vortex, sucked into the black hole of grief. The worst part was that I knew it was coming. I had felt it. The coldness, the sorrow, the overwhelming loneliness. It was him leaving me. It was like a deep, visceral knowing that I couldn't explain, that I didn't want to explain. But I felt it. He was gone. The following days were a blur. People came to offer their condolences, but it all felt so hollow. It didn't feel real. I couldn't believe it. My fiancé, the person I had spent years with, the father of our son, was gone. How could that be? How could he be gone? The man who promised me we'd be together, who held me tight the last time I saw him, was just gone. I returned home to Texas, but everything had changed. The house we had shared, the life we had built, it all felt foreign now. There was no warmth, no life. Just an empty shell where everything used to be. I couldn't bring myself to touch his things. I couldn't bring myself to even walk into the room we used to sleep in. I had to move forward for our son's sake, but every step felt like I was walking through fog, stumbling through a world that no longer made sense. The one thing that I knew for sure, though, was that I would never be the same. I had felt him leave. I had experienced it in the most visceral way possible. And even though I couldn't explain it, I knew it was real. I had lost him, and a part of me would never come back. It's been a while now, and the pain is still there, always lurking, always waiting to remind me. But I've learned to live with it. I still miss him every day, but I've found a way to keep going for our son. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand why I felt that coldness, that sorrow before I even knew what happened. but it's something I'll carry with me forever. It's a part of my story now, and it's something I can't erase. I remember the neighborhood across from my mom's house well. It was a quiet, comfortable area, with big trees lining the streets and well-kept homes that had manicured lawns. It was the kind of place where you could sit outside in the evening, have a barbecue, and not worry about much. My mom had been living there for a few years, and I'd often visit her on weekends. The people around here were friendly, and though I didn't know all of them well, the neighbors across the street stood out to me, especially their son. He was a 12-year-old boy with autism, tall and lanky for his age, with long arms and legs that made him seem out of place for someone his age. I'd see him out in the front yard when I came to visit, either playing with a ball or running around under the watchful eye of his caregiver. He was quiet, withdrawn, but harmless, or so I thought. Most of the time, he kept to himself, absorbed in whatever activity he was doing, and I'd wave or nod when I saw him. One afternoon about a year ago, I had just parked in front of my mom's house, about to walk inside when I noticed him standing by the edge of the curb. His face was turned down, and he was pacing slowly around the bottom of my car, looking underneath it with focus. I could see his ball had rolled under there. It wasn't a big deal, so I bent down and grabbed it for him, handing it to him with a quick smile. The boy looked up at me slowly, his gaze empty, distant. His head cocked to one side, as if he was trying to figure something out, and his mouth hung slightly open, just enough to be unsettling. His eyes, though, that was what got me. There was nothing in them, no life, no spark, just emptiness. It was like he was looking right through me. I smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to the moment, but he didn't react. He just stared at me silently, his long fingers curling around the ball, holding it like a baby might hold a stuffed animal. I felt a chill that I couldn't shake as I turned to walk back inside. I glanced over my shoulder, and he was still standing there, unmoving, just staring. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself it was nothing, just a kid being a kid. Still, the image of him lingering there stuck with me, and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in my chest. I dealt with kids who didn't understand social cues before, and I knew that sometimes they just didn't know how to react. But there was something about the way he looked at me that felt off, like something was wrong. When I got inside, I mentioned it casually to my then girlfriend. She didn't seem as troubled by it as I was. She gave me that comforting smile she always did when I was overthinking something. He probably wanted to say thank you, but was just confused about what to do, she said, dismissing my concerns. I tried to forget about it. After all, he was just a kid. But the next night, when I decided to stay over at my mom's, things took a turn. It was late autumn, and the Santa Ana winds were howling, sending leaves tumbling across the street and making the trees shake in a restless, eerie way. The wind sounded almost like a distant growl, and it was so strong that it rattled the windows in my mom's house. I was sitting in my old room upstairs, browsing the internet on my laptop, when I heard a loud crash from outside. It sounded like something had blown over in the street. I glanced out the window to see a trash can tumbling along the curb, pushed by the wind. I chuckled to myself and went back to my screen. But that was when I heard the sound that froze me. Beep, beep, beep. Front door open. The house alarm was going off. I knew the wind could blow the door open if it wasn't closed tightly enough. But hearing the alarm at that hour sent a spike of anxiety straight through me. My first instinct was to get up and check, but I froze for a moment, the cold air of the house suddenly feeling heavy against my skin. The hallway outside my room was dark, and I stumbled halfway to the light switch before finding it. I flicked the light on and froze, my blood turning to ice. Standing at the top of the stairs was the autistic boy from across the street. My stomach dropped. His figure was standing perfectly still, his head hanging loosely to one side, just like before. His mouth was slightly open, just enough for me to notice, but it wasn't the mouth that got me. It was his eyes, those lifeless, empty eyes. They stared at me with such intensity, but there was nothing behind them, no emotion. The room around me seemed to grow colder, and I could barely catch my breath. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart thudding in my chest. My first thought was to call out to my mom or someone, but I couldn't seem to make a sound. My legs felt like they were glued to the floor. I took a shaky breath, and, after what felt like a lifetime, forced myself to move. I stepped forward, feeling the icy air around him, and I took his cold, spindly hand in mine. His fingers felt wrong, too long, too cold. I tried not to flinch at the sensation, but I couldn't help it. His skin was as cold as ice, and his grip was unnaturally tight. I didn't know what was going through his mind, but something in me told me to get him out of there, to get him back across the street where he belonged. I led him down the stairs, my heart still racing, every part of me screaming that this wasn't right. The house felt suffocating, like it was closing in on me. His steps were silent, and he followed me without a word, still staring at me with those vacant eyes. We reached the front door, and I opened it slowly, glancing out into the street to make sure no one else was around. The air was thick with the wind, and the streetlights flickered in the distance. I looked back at the boy, whose gaze had never wavered. I couldn't get the door shut fast enough. I walked him across the street, keeping a tight hold on his hand. When we reached his front porch, I pushed open the door. It was unlocked. The light inside the house was dim, and the air smelled stale, like it hadn't been used in a while. I walked him inside, unsure of what to do, but knowing I couldn't leave him out there. His caregiver had to be around here somewhere, right? The door was still wide open behind him, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I was the one watching him. I quickly turned and hurried back across the street, not looking back until I reached the safety of my mom's house. I made sure the door was locked tight this time. I double-checked, triple-checked the locks, and even moved a chair in front of it just to be sure. My mind was racing, and I couldn't shake the cold feeling that had settled deep in my bones. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't put my finger on it. The next morning, the house felt normal again, as if nothing had happened. The sun was up, the winds had died down, and everything seemed just as it should be. But I couldn't forget the boy's face, the empty, hollow eyes staring at me like he was searching for something, or worse, like he knew something I didn't. I never saw him in quite the same way again after that night. I kept my distance whenever I saw him out in the yard, even if he was just playing with his ball. There was always that lingering feeling in the back of my mind that something was off. I didn't know what, but it was there, and I couldn't shake it. Looking back, I still can't explain why he came into the house that night. I still don't know what was going through his mind, or why he looked at me like that. Maybe he was just confused, maybe something was wrong in his world. But I couldn't ignore the unease that settled in my gut every time I thought about that moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was hiding behind those vacant eyes, something that would stay with me long after that night. And no matter how many times I tried to convince myself it was just a misunderstanding, I couldn't help but wonder, what was he really trying to tell me? I remember that December like it was yesterday. It was a few days before Christmas, and my friend and I were finally free from our exams. We were headed home, trying to shake off the stress from a long semester. The street was quiet, the cold air seeping through the car's vents as we cruised down a major intersection, about to hit a red light. It was the kind of stillness that felt oddly peaceful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just the exhaustion creeping in, but whatever it was, I had no idea how close I was to something that would shake me to my core. The light turned red, and I slowed down, coming to a complete stop in the right lane, the sidewalk beside me just a few feet away. There were 6 cars in front of me, all of us waiting for the light to change, with a side street branching off to my right. I was keeping my distance, ensuring I had a good few meters between me and the other vehicles. My friend was on his phone, probably trying to distract himself from the stress of finals, while I stared ahead at the red light, zoning out a little, watching the soft glow of the traffic signal. Then, out of nowhere, I heard tires screeching, a loud, violent sound that sent a jolt through me. My heart skipped a beat before the crash hit. There was a sickening thud, followed by the sound of metal scraping against metal. My car jerked forward with a force that caught me off guard, and I immediately checked my rearview mirror. I was hit. I glanced out the side window and saw the vehicle behind me had slammed into the back right side of my car. I could feel the panic creeping up my throat, but I forced myself to stay calm. My friend had already started looking around, the same realization dawning on him. I quickly put the car in park and turned off the engine, telling him we needed to exchange information. We got out of the car, our movements sharp and methodical, trying to keep it together. The other driver, a man probably in his 40s, seemed just as rattled as I was. He apologized repeatedly. I took a deep breath and gave him my details while he did the same. We started taking pictures of the cars, trying to document the damage. The whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about how lucky I was that it wasn't worse. As I snapped a few pictures of the street signs, making sure to include the angle of both cars, I noticed the vehicles coming up from the north. I made sure to wait for a gap in the traffic before stepping into the left southbound lane, trying to get a clear shot. Everything felt like it was going in slow motion. Then, I heard a screeching sound. It wasn't tires this time. It was something else, something more immediate. I turned just in time to see a car speeding toward me, drifting into the lane I had just stepped into. My heart skipped again, only this time it was fear real and raw. The car was going fast, too fast, and it was coming directly toward me. I froze for a moment, unable to react. It missed me by a foot, its headlights blinding, the car just barely grazing the edge of my peripheral vision. It was going easily 70 kilometers per hour, probably faster. If I hadn't been paying attention, if I had taken just another second to finish that damn photo, I wouldn't be here writing this. The driver didn't even slow down. He just sped off, disappearing into the distance. I stood there frozen, my knees weak beneath me. The whole world seemed to tilt for a second, and I had to take a deep breath to steady myself. My friend came over, asking if I was okay, and I nodded, still in shock. I felt like I had just dodged a bullet, but at that moment, I wasn't sure whether I should laugh or cry. Instead, we just went back to the cars and finished up with the insurance exchange, everything feeling surreal. 2 days later, I was paintballing with that same friend and a couple of others. We were playing a few games at an outdoor field, and in between rounds, we took a break in the lobby. As usual, everyone was supposed to put their markers on safety, making sure to cover the barrels. I leaned back against the wall, trying to rest for a minute when my friend asked if he could borrow some money to buy more paintballs. I reached into my pocket, took out my wallet, and handed it to him without thinking much of it. Just as I leaned to the right to pass him the wallet, I heard a loud splat against the wall next to me. I jumped back, startled, but I didn't fully comprehend what had happened until I turned and saw the paint splatter on the wall where my head should have been. I turned just in time to see one of the other kids across the room putting his marker down on the table. The barrel cover retention bungee had snapped, and the safety on the marker malfunctioned, causing the paintball gun to fire. If I hadn't leaned back, if I hadn't shifted my body just a few inches to the right, I would have been hit square in the eye. That shot would have been 250 feet per second, and it could have done some serious damage. It felt like another near miss, another close call, but this one was almost too much to ignore. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling of how close I had come to something far worse. A few days later, after the paintball incident, we all went out drinking. A group of us walked down a major street, making our way to a bar. I'm a fast walker by nature, so I was always a few steps ahead of everyone else, stopping every 25 meters to turn and check that my friends were keeping up. On this night, it was colder than usual, and I was in a rush to get to our destination, so I decided to keep walking ahead without stopping. For some reason, though, as I was about to continue walking, I turned around and shouted back to my friends that I'd meet them inside. No sooner had I said that than I heard the roar of an engine, louder than I'd ever heard before. I turned just in time to see a Porsche speeding toward me. The car barely a few meters away, its engine roaring, tires screeching. The car was out of control, and I watched in absolute horror as it slammed into the west wall of a building at a right angle. The impact was so violent that half of the engine compartment caved in, airbags deployed, and the windows shattered. I stood there, staring at the wreckage, heart racing in my chest. If I had kept walking, if I hadn't turned around, I would have been directly between the Porsche and the building. The car was barely 10 meters from where I had been walking just moments before. The thought of it still sends a chill down my spine. I could have been crushed. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the string of events that had led me to this point. 3 times, I had narrowly escaped death. It felt like the universe was trying to send me some kind of message, but I couldn't make sense of it. It all felt random, almost as if I was just lucky to be alive. But deep down, something was gnawing at me, telling me that there was more to it than just luck. 2 days later, it was Boxing Day morning. I had been up and down throughout the night, anxious and excited about the shopping spree I was planning with my friend. We had been talking about it for weeks, looking forward to picking up some deals. But that night, I had a dream that left me rattled. In the dream, I was jumping out of a panel door van, holding a rope in my hand, though I had no idea why. My mind knew one thing: someone was trying to kill me. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I found myself standing in my own driveway. I ran inside the house, tying the rope to the doorknob. On the other end, I knew there was someone dangerous, tied to it. I locked all the doors, barricaded the windows, and called 911. But when I told the operator what was happening, she said every officer was busy and no one could come to help me. I hung up, panicked, looking around the house, feeling the walls closing in. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it all, I noticed something. The rope had been cut. I froze, panic flooding my body. The next thing I heard was the sound of footsteps. Someone was coming down the stairs. I could see their foot hit the first step, and that was when I woke up, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The first words I said, even before I could process the nightmare, were, "Slender Man." That week, I felt like I had been caught in a web of near-death experiences, each one leaving me with more questions than answers. What was I supposed to make of it all? Was I being watched, or was it just a string of coincidences? All I knew was that I was lucky, no more than that. I had come face to face with death multiple times in just a few short days. I wasn't sure if there was a reason, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't taking another moment for granted. I never thought a day would come when I'd wake up and find out my uncle was gone. I still can't believe it. It feels like I'm walking through a fog when I think about it. But I suppose it's what happens when someone you love slips away so quickly, so suddenly, without warning. It all started when I got that call. It was my mom on the other end, her voice shaky, and I could hear the fear in her tone. "Sweetheart, your uncle's in the hospital," she said. "His heart's giving out again. You know he's had those problems for years, but it's worse now." I immediately sat up. My mind raced as I thought of all the memories I had with him. Uncle Dennis had always been larger than life to me. He wasn't just my uncle. He was like the older brother I never had. His humor could light up any room, and his laugh, oh, his laugh, was something I could never forget. It was deep like a belly laugh, the kind that made everyone around him laugh, too, even if they didn't understand why. He was always quick with a joke, a sarcastic quip, or a well-timed pun that would leave you in stitches. Even when things weren't going well, Uncle Dennis knew how to make you smile. That night, we got through to him at the hospital. He was hooked up to machines, his voice weak, but still unmistakably him. As soon as he heard our voices, I could hear that familiar chuckle, even though it was strained. He was in pain, but he still made sure we knew he was all right. "You guys should see this," he said. "It's like a damn science experiment. They've got me hooked up to everything but the kitchen sink." We all laughed, even though the tears were welling up in my eyes. I was crying, but I was trying not to show it. I could barely get words out through the tears. I wanted to tell him I loved him, that I'd always remember our jokes and the good times we had, but I never got the chance. The conversation was short. They told us they had to let him rest, and the phone call ended abruptly. I couldn't even say goodbye or tell him one last time how much he meant to me. I just hung up the phone and stared at the wall, the tears falling freely now. The next day, the call came that I had been dreading. "He's gone," my mom said, her voice trembling. "He passed away this morning." I could feel my heart drop into my stomach. How could he be gone? Just yesterday, he was cracking jokes on the phone. I didn't know how to process it, didn't know what to feel. It didn't seem real. The hardest part was knowing I hadn't gotten to say those words I needed to say. But my mom said something that made the tiniest bit of sense in all the confusion. He wanted us to know first. He wanted you to know how much he loved you before anything else. The next morning, I woke up with a start. My eyes snapped open, wide awake, and I had no idea why. It wasn't like I had set an alarm or anything, but there I was fully awake, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding a little faster than usual. I just had a strange feeling, like something was off. I looked around the room. Everything was the same as it always had been. My walls, the pictures of my family, the old clock on my dresser ticking away. But there was something about the air that felt different. My breath felt shallow, like I wasn't alone. I glanced to the side, and my eyes froze. There, hovering in the corner of the room near the door, was an orb. It was small, a faint glow, like a speck of light. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a dust particle catching the rays from the window. But then it moved. Slowly, almost as if it was floating on its own, it drifted from one wall to the other, like it had purpose. It wasn't just a random speck of light. It had a direction, a movement that seemed deliberate. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't someone who believed in things like spirits or ghosts, and yet, in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was different. That orb seemed so familiar, so purposeful. It wasn't random. I sat up in bed, my eyes locked on the orb as it moved from one side of the room to the other. My heart beat a little faster as I whispered, barely above a breath. Are you my Uncle Dennis? The orb stopped. Just stopped midair. I blinked, and it lingered there for a moment. It felt like time slowed down in that moment, like everything else had disappeared, and it was just me and the orb. Then, without warning, it moved. It flew straight over to the picture I had of Uncle Dennis on the wall. The picture was one of the many memories I had of him. Us at a family picnic, him grinning wide, a beer in hand, the kind of carefree smile that seemed like he had no worries in the world. And now, here was this orb, floating right over it, as if it were pointing to him. A chill ran down my spine, and I swear, in that moment, I felt a presence. Not something eerie or unsettling, but something comforting, familiar. It wasn't like anything I had experienced before. It didn't feel like a ghost or anything supernatural. It just felt like him, like my uncle was there, somehow, still checking in on me. And then I heard it, a voice soft but clear, whispering right in my ear. It was his voice. I could hear it so clearly, as though he was standing right beside me. Because it fucking wanted to, it has his rights. The words caught me off guard, but in that split second, I knew exactly what it meant. That was the ending to one of our favorite jokes, one that I had heard him tell 100 times. It was a joke that always made me laugh, even when things weren't going well. Even now, I couldn't help but smile through the tears that welled up in my eyes. The orb floated away, slowly disappearing as if it had done what it came to do. My heart didn't feel as heavy anymore. I wasn't scared. I was at peace. I laid back down, my hands trembling slightly, and I closed my eyes. I could still hear his voice in my mind, still feel that comfort that only Uncle Dennis could give. I wasn't sure if it was him, or just my mind trying to hold on to him in some way, but either way, it didn't matter. It was the final piece of closure I needed. It wasn't about the orb, or the voice, or anything strange. It was about him. It was about knowing that, somehow, he was still with me. Still making sure I remembered the good times. Still reminding me of the way he made me laugh. The next few days felt different. I couldn't explain it. I felt a sense of peace, a sense of closure that I hadn't thought I'd find. It wasn't because of some supernatural occurrence or strange happenings. It was because I knew, in that moment, that Uncle Dennis was all right. That wherever he was still the same funny, sarcastic, larger-than-life person he had always been. I miss him. I miss his jokes, his laughter, the way he could always make everything better. But in some strange way, I feel like he's still here. Not in some ghostly way, but in the memories, in the laughter, in the way he would always find a way to make light of things. So, I can't say goodbye. Not really. Because even though he's gone from this world, Uncle Dennis will always be with me in a way that no one can take away. And maybe that's the way he wanted it. A reminder that love, humor, and the good times we shared are the things that live on. And I'm okay with that. I really am. Miss you, Dennis. Always will. We had been planning this trip for months, ever since we had finally wrapped up our final exams and completed our college degrees. My friend, Kyle, and I decided we'd celebrate by taking a road trip from our home state in the Midwest all the way down to Florida. Neither of us had been to Florida before, and we figured this would be the perfect way to cap off our time as students. We made a plan to take our time, stop in a few places along the way, and just enjoy the freedom before we started worrying about jobs and real-world responsibilities. The first night of our trip, we decided to stay in Atlanta, Georgia. After a long day on the road, we were eager to stretch our legs and find somewhere to have a few drinks. We weren't really familiar with the city, but after a quick search on Yelp, we found a dive bar called the Highlander that seemed pretty chill. It had the sort of low-key vibe that felt right for us. Nothing too fancy, just a spot to relax and take a load off. When we got there, the place was packed with people, mostly locals. We grabbed a couple of beers and found a small table near the back, just trying to unwind. It wasn't long before a couple came up to us. They looked about our age, maybe a year or two older, and they were friendly enough. The guy had a strong handshake, with one of those confident grins that made you feel like he could be a friend within minutes. His girlfriend was a bit quieter, but just as friendly. They asked where we were from, and after a bit of small talk, we learned that they were from Rockford, Illinois. We'd grown up just a couple of hours away from each other, so it was funny that we had ended up in the same bar all the way down in Atlanta. They told us they had just graduated too, and they were taking a road trip of their own, headed down south for some fun. We spent the next couple of hours chatting about college life, shared experiences, and the excitement of being out of school. The conversation was easy, natural. We shared a few laughs and swapped stories, and it honestly felt like we'd known them for years. We didn't get into anything too deep, just a lot of surface-level stuff. The kind of talking you do when you meet people and want to pass the time. Eventually, the time came to leave. They mentioned that they were heading back to their hotel, but Kyle and I were planning to check out another bar, so we said our goodbyes. As we stood outside, the guy gave us a wave, and we walked in the opposite direction. He and his girlfriend got into their black 2005 BMW Z4 convertible. The top was down, and as they pulled away, I noticed the Chicago Bears decal on the back of the car. I remember thinking it was a little odd, but I didn't think much of it. We didn't know each other well enough to exchange phone numbers or anything like that. We were just two pairs of strangers passing through the same place at the same time. It was one of those things that would be forgotten by most people the next day, and I never thought about it again, not really. Kyle and I stayed out a little longer before heading back to the hotel ourselves, tired but happy with how the night had gone. We slept in late the next morning, hungover as hell, and when we finally managed to drag ourselves out of bed, we knew we had to keep moving. We had a long way to go, and we had to get on the road if we were going to make it to Florida. We grabbed some fast food on the way out of Atlanta and got onto Route 75, the highway that would take us south. But of course, like all long road trips, things didn't go smoothly. We ran into horrible traffic just outside of Atlanta. The cars were barely moving. We sat there for over an hour, inching along, cursing at our bad luck. It felt like it was going to last forever, and in the midst of our frustration, I remember wondering how bad the accident ahead must have been to cause this kind of delay. When we finally reached the source of the traffic, it didn't take long to see why everything had slowed to a crawl. The accident was bad, really bad. There were blue tarps spread out on the road, covering something or someone. People were standing by the side of the highway, gawking at the scene, taking it all in. It was the kind of thing you don't want to look at, but at the same time, you couldn't look away. I could see a wrecked black BMW Z4, the top down, just like the one from the night before. It was upside down, its wheels pointing to the sky. The car was mangled beyond recognition. The first thing I noticed was the Chicago Bears decal on the back, the same one I'd seen last night, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. My eyes moved to the tarps. The blue fabric was wrinkled and stiff in the heat of the day, and it was obvious that something was underneath. At first, I thought it was just the wrecked car that was the main part of the accident. But no, there were bodies under those tarps. I could feel my stomach turn as the reality set in. This wasn't just a fender bender or a mild crash. This was something far worse. I didn't want to think about it, but my mind kept wandering back to the couple we had met the night before. The black BMW, the couple from Rockford. They were the same age as Kyle and me. We had just been talking to them, laughing, making plans for our own futures. And now, here they were, dead in an accident. I couldn't help but think how absurd it all was. It didn't make sense. They had seemed so full of life, so full of plans, just like us. As we drove slowly past the scene, I couldn't help but notice something that would stay with me forever. Just to the side of the tarps, near the wrecked car, was a severed arm. It was still uncovered, lying there in the road like it didn't belong to anyone anymore. It was right next to one of the tarps, and the sight of it hit me hard. It looked so unnatural. A part of someone's body, discarded and forgotten. It was as if their life had been ripped away, leaving nothing but a mangled car and a body part on the ground. I had never seen anything like that before, and I couldn't shake the image from my mind for the rest of the trip. The whole scene felt so surreal. I kept thinking back to our conversation, their bright smiles, the easy connection we'd made. They had been just two normal people, ready to start their lives after graduation, just like us. Now all of that was gone. Kyle and I didn't say much for the rest of the drive. We both just kept our eyes on the road, the silence between us heavy. I kept thinking about the couple, about what might have happened if things had been different. If they hadn't decided to leave the bar with us. If we had stayed longer. It was hard to shake that feeling of guilt, even though there was nothing I could have done. It wasn't until we stopped for gas a few miles down the road that we talked about it. We were both still quiet, but Kyle finally spoke up. "You think it was them?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded, not sure what to say. "Yeah, I think it was. We didn't know their names. We didn't even exchange anything other than small talk, but somehow, the whole situation haunted me. I thought about them a lot during the rest of the trip, and even afterward. What would they have been doing now? They were probably planning on getting married soon, from what they'd said. Maybe they'd have kids by now. Maybe they would have built a life together. The whole thing felt so unfair. It was a harsh reminder of how fragile life really is, how quickly everything can change. And even though I didn't know them, I couldn't help but feel their absence, like a hole where there used to be a possibility, a future that would never come to be. By the time we made it to Florida, I had mostly pushed the incident to the back of my mind, but it still lingered. Every time I passed a black BMW, every time I saw a Chicago Bears decal, I thought about them. And sometimes, when I was alone, I'd find myself wondering how their families were holding up, what their friends were doing. What would their lives have been like if they had just gotten to the place they were going? It wasn't fair. It never is. I'll never know the full story, the details of what happened that night or the days leading up to it. But I do know one thing for sure. They were my age, and they were gone just like that. It's a reality that's hard to accept. And as much as I wish I could forget it, I don't think I ever will. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the road as my friend and I cruised down the familiar streets of our small town. It had been another average day at high school, filled with the usual mix of classes and friends. I wasn't in any hurry to get home, but I was looking forward to a quiet evening, just zoning out at home or maybe playing some games. My friend was driving. We'd been friends since middle school, and he'd just gotten his license a couple months ago. He was still getting used to the feeling of having some freedom behind the wheel. We approached the intersection near the center of town, a big red light staring us down. It was a busy spot with cars coming from all directions, so we slowed down to a stop and waited. The light turned green for the left turn lane, and my friend, in his usual way, wasn't exactly the most patient driver. He hit the gas a bit too fast. The tires squealed as we shot forward, the engine revving a little more than necessary. I turned my head to look at him with a half smile, but then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There was a pickup truck behind us. It wasn't any old truck. It was a green, beat-up pickup that had been sitting behind us at the red light. But now, as we accelerated, it shot up next to us on the left. I glanced over quickly. The man driving was bald, his face hard and twisted with anger. His eyes were locked on us, and even though his window was rolled up, I could see his mouth moving. He was clearly yelling something, but all I could make out was the shape of his lips and the intensity in his expression. It made my skin crawl. I didn't know what to do. My friend, who hadn't even noticed, kept his foot on the gas, cruising through the intersection. But I felt the unease settle deep in my chest. We were already at the next light when it happened, another red. I looked over again, and sure enough, the truck had pulled up right next to us again, this time on the left side, as we waited for the light to change. I wasn't sure what to expect. Maybe the guy was just angry about us cutting him off a little with the acceleration, but something about his face told me that wasn't it. He was unpredictable. I could feel my heart racing in my chest as I watched him. And then, without warning, he raised his hand. Not to wave or gesture, but to make a motion with his fingers. He shaped them into a gun. His finger pointed directly at us, then at his own head. He made a pulling motion with his hand, mimicking the trigger. I froze. My friend, who had been blissfully unaware until that moment, now turned his head too, and his face drained of color as he saw what was happening. I watched in horror as the man slowly started reaching for something inside his truck. His movements were slow, deliberate. My pulse shot through the roof. The light turned green. I could see my friend's knuckles turning white on the steering wheel. He glanced at me, and without saying a word, we both knew what we had to do. My mind raced with a million thoughts. The last thing I wanted was to escalate things further, but that guy was definitely not just angry about a quick start. I didn't want to take any chances. My friend slammed his foot on the gas, and the car lurched forward. We shot through the intersection, but I couldn't stop looking in the rearview mirror. The truck was on our tail now, pushing hard, following us closely. It was right on our bumper. The feeling of panic began to set in, and it felt like the world had narrowed down to just the sound of my heartbeat and the engine of the car. "Just keep going," I said, my voice tight. My throat felt dry, but I didn't want to panic him. The last thing we needed was to lose focus. We turned onto the next street, trying to get a little distance. But no matter how fast my friend drove, that truck was still right there, following. The guy was relentless, like he had nothing to lose. I couldn't figure out why he was doing this. What did we do to provoke him? It didn't make sense. I knew the area pretty well, so I started thinking of a way to shake him off. We were getting close to my neighborhood, and I figured that maybe, just maybe, I could lead him there and lose him in the maze of streets. I told my friend to take the next turn quickly, hoping that the familiarity of the roads might help us. We sped into my neighborhood, taking sharp turns, hoping to get far enough ahead of him. I kept glancing back, and sure enough, the truck was still there, just as close as before. The adrenaline surged, and I could feel my hands clammy on my lap. When we hit the next corner, I had an idea. Take a hard left up ahead, into the subdivision. Go fast, I urged him. We shot down the street, tires screeching as we raced around the curve. The truck was still following, but it felt like we were getting further ahead. We finally pulled into a cul-de-sac. My heart was pounding in my chest. The plan was simple. Park behind a car in a driveway and lay low. Maybe, just maybe, the guy would pass us by without realizing we were there. We parked, shut off the lights, and held our breath. We sat in complete silence, listening to the sound of the truck's engine rumbling down the road. My stomach twisted in knots. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't stop glancing nervously out of the window. I tried to tell myself it would be okay, but the thought of that man, of what he had been willing to do, was stuck in my head. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we saw the green truck drive past the entrance to the cul-de-sac. The tension in my chest melted away. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. He didn't turn down our street. He kept going. It was like a weight lifted off of me. We were safe. We sat there for a few more minutes, trying to calm down. It felt surreal, like it hadn't actually happened. My friend looked over at me, his eyes wide, and I could see the shock on his face. We were both breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. "I don't even know what to say," he finally muttered. His voice was shaky, just like mine. I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around everything. It was like some kind of nightmare, but it had been real. We couldn't stop thinking about the gun gesture, about how close we had come to something awful. I couldn't shake the image of that man's face out of my head. What if he had had a real gun? What if things had gone differently? After a while, I pulled out my phone, my hands still trembling, and called the police. I explained everything, how the truck had followed us, how the man had made those threatening gestures, how we had narrowly escaped. The dispatcher was calm but took it seriously, saying they'd send an officer over to take a report. We waited in silence until the officer arrived, and we gave him the details. The officer asked a few questions, and then assured us that we had done the right thing by getting away and calling for help. "It's good you were able to get out of there," he said. "You don't know what people like that are capable of." Eventually, the officer left, and we decided to take a moment before heading home. My friend and I still hadn't fully processed what had happened, but we were both relieved that we had managed to get away. It felt like a weight was lifted, but the fear lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about what could have happened if we hadn't been able to lose him. The days that followed felt odd. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting that truck to be there, but it never came. I never saw that man again, but the memory of his face, of the gun gesture, stayed with me. It was a reminder of how quickly things could turn dangerous, how quickly the situation could escalate. You never know what someone else is capable of. I was grateful for the officer's help, for the way we managed to stay calm enough to figure things out. We made it out of that mess safely, but I never forgot that feeling of terror, of not knowing what was going to happen next. The whole experience made me more aware of the world around me, more cautious, and more thankful for the small things, like the security of knowing I made it home that night. It was around last year, sometime in early fall when the days were still hot, but the nights were getting colder. I remember because we had just come back from a long weekend, and everything still felt a little bit slow, like nobody really wanted to get back into the routine. Classes were dragging, and people were already starting to talk about midterms, even though it felt way too early for that. That week started out normal. I was mostly busy with schoolwork and just hanging out with my housemates, not really paying much attention to anything outside of my little bubble. We lived in a rental house a couple blocks from campus, old and a little creaky, but it was cheap and close enough to walk to class. I had a few classes with people I wasn't super close to, just classmates really, but you know how it is in university. Everyone sort of knows everyone, even if just by face. One of those people was this guy, Mark. Not his real name, but close enough. We weren't really friends, more like people who said hi when we crossed paths. He lived in one of the dorms that were closer to the base of the mountain, where the campus sort of just faded into woods and wild land. I didn't really keep tabs on him or anything. He was just another face in the crowd most of the time. It wasn't until that Thursday night that I even realized something was wrong. I was lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone while my housemates were making noise in the kitchen, trying to figure out what to cook for dinner. One of them, Ryan, shouted from across the house for all of us to come over. I figured he just wanted help deciding on pizza toppings or something stupid, so I got up kind of annoyed and walked into the kitchen. Everyone was gathered around Ryan's laptop. I could hear the faint buzz of a live stream or a news report, but it wasn't until I got closer that I saw what they were watching. It was the university's official Facebook page, and there was a breaking news alert flashing at the top of the feed. 2 bodies found at Pine Springs, it said. Pine Springs was a small spring-fed pond tucked way back at the far end of campus, almost at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a place students usually went, except maybe for the occasional party or hike. It wasn't maintained by the school, and it always had this sort of forgotten, overgrown look to it whenever you passed by. At first, I didn't connect it to anything. I just felt that cold, prickling feeling that you get when something bad has happened near where you live. We watched the report in silence. There weren't a lot of details, just that 2 bodies had been found floating in the water earlier that afternoon by a groundskeeper. The police were investigating, but no foul play was suspected yet. Ryan clicked into the comments, and that's when the unease really started to sink in. People were already speculating. Some said it was drugs, others said it was a suicide pact, a few said maybe it was a murder after all. One comment stood out though, one that said something like, "Wasn't there a missing persons report out earlier this week?" Another one said, "They found one of the missing guys from Weaver Hall." Weaver Hall was the dorm Mark lived in. I felt this sudden twist in my stomach. It didn't feel real yet, but something about it made the air feel thicker, heavier. I scrolled through my own feed and sure enough, someone had posted a missing persons bulletin from the campus police from a few days ago. I hadn't even seen it before. Mark's face was there, smiling awkwardly in what looked like an old student ID photo. I just stood there for a second, staring at the screen, not really able to process it. My housemates were murmuring to each other, throwing out guesses and half-formed theories, but I felt like I was underwater. It didn't make sense. People didn't just go missing. Not here. Not someone I sort of knew. Not like this. We started trying to piece together what we could. We remembered seeing Mark a week or so ago. Someone thought they saw him at the cafeteria on Friday. Another said they thought they heard him talking about going out to the springs that weekend. Nobody knew for sure. Nobody had been close enough to him to know what his plans were. Panic started setting in after that. Ryan grabbed his keys, saying he was going to head over to Weaver Hall to talk to some of Mark's dorm mates. A few others followed. I stayed behind for a minute, trying to call a couple friends who were closer to Mark than I was. One of them, Darren, said he was already on his way to the springs to see if he could find out anything. I told him to be careful. I don't know why I said that. It just felt necessary. I threw on a jacket and jogged out to Ryan's car. The drive to Weaver Hall was short, barely a few minutes, but it felt like it took forever. We didn't talk much. Nobody knew what to say. When we got there, the dorm was buzzing. People were standing outside, whispering in little groups. A few police cars were parked along the curb, their lights flashing lazily, casting blue and red shadows across the grass. It didn't look real. It looked like something from TV. We tried to talk to some of Mark's dorm mates, but they didn't know much more than we did. Just that he'd been missing since Saturday. He hadn't come back after heading out with another guy from a different dorm, someone nobody knew very well. They said Mark had been acting normal before that. Maybe a little stressed about school, but who wasn't? The hours dragged after that. I kept checking my phone, waiting for updates. Darren texted me around midnight, saying they couldn't get close to the springs. The police had already closed off the area, taping it off and posting guards. They weren't letting anyone near the water. The bodies were already gone, taken away for autopsy. It was all just waiting after that. Waiting and speculating. Some people said it was drugs. Others said it was some kind of fraternity hazing gone wrong. There were rumors about secret initiations that involved swimming in the springs at night, some kind of test of bravery. None of it made any sense to me. It wasn't until the next morning that we got the first real confirmation. A local news site posted an article about the bodies being identified. The names were listed, but Mark's last name was misspelled. It didn't matter. We all knew it was him. It hit like a punch to the chest. I sat on the floor of our living room, staring at my phone, reading the article over and over. It said the two of them had drowned. That was the official cause of death. No signs of foul play. Just a tragic accident. It should have felt final. But it didn't. It felt messy and wrong and unfinished. Later, we found out more details, the kind of details you don't want to know, but can't stop thinking about once you hear them. Mark and the other guy had gone out to the springs late Saturday night. It was supposed to be just a swim, maybe a few drinks. Maybe they dared each other. Maybe they just thought it would be fun. The water there is cold, even in the summer. Spring-fed deep, with steep banks that are hard to climb. If you jump in and panic, there's not much you can do. It's easy to cramp up, easy to get pulled under. They drowned that night. Both of them. Nobody noticed they were missing at first. It wasn't unusual for students to go off the grid for a day or two, especially over a long weekend. By the time anyone really started looking, it was too late. The bodies stayed in the water for days. Bloated, broken down by the cold and the creatures that lived there. Crayfish, mostly, and other scavengers. They chewed at the skin, at the softer parts. When the bodies floated up, they didn't even look human anymore. The skin was torn and peeling, the eyes clouded over. The police said it looked like lash marks at first, long thin wounds all over their bodies. That's why some people thought it was a beating or an initiation gone wrong. But it wasn't. It was just nature doing what it does. Slow, cruel, and methodical. I couldn't stop picturing it. Mark, trapped underwater, struggling, gasping. The cold closing in. His body sinking down into that black water. His last moments, alone and terrified. It haunted me for weeks after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. I saw the springs, dark and still, hiding their secrets under the surface. I stopped walking past that side of campus. I couldn't even look at the mountain without feeling that knot in my stomach. The university held a memorial service a few days later. It was small, quiet, respectful. They set up a little shrine near the student union, with pictures of Mark and the other guy, and people left flowers and notes. I stood there for a long time, not really sure what to feel. Grief, guilt, fear. It all got mixed together into something heavy that sat on my chest. I didn't know Mark well, but I kept thinking about how easy it would have been for it to be any of us. A stupid decision, a dare, a moment of bad luck. That's all it takes sometimes. The spring was closed off after that. Fenced in, warning signs posted everywhere. The administration said it was too dangerous, that it had been a liability for years. They should have done it sooner, but like a lot of things, it took something tragic to finally make them act. Life moved on eventually. People stopped talking about it. The new semester came, and the freshmen who arrived didn't even know about what happened. The grass grew back around the fence, and the signs faded in the sun. But I still remember. I remember how small and helpless it made me feel. How easy it is to disappear. How the world keeps spinning, even after something terrible happens. How silence can swallow you whole if you let it. It didn't make me stronger. It didn't teach me some big important lesson. It just left a scar, quiet and invisible, but deep. Sometimes late at night, when the wind blows in from the mountain and rattles the windows of our old house, I think about Mark. I think about that night and the black water, and how sometimes the scariest things aren't the monsters in the woods or the ghosts in old buildings. Sometimes it's just bad luck, a bad decision, a quiet mistake that nobody sees until it's too late. And there's nothing you can do but remember. It was the summer of 2002, and I had been hitchhiking across the United States for a few months, seeking adventure and the freedom that came with it. I didn't have a clear destination, just a general sense of wanting to explore the unknown. That was how I found myself on a two-lane highway, late one evening, heading into the Mark Twain National Forest near Ironton, Missouri. I had been on the road for hours, getting lifts from kind strangers and talking to people who seemed to have no idea how lost I was in my own mind. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon, I was miles from the nearest town, with only a faint outline of trees against the night sky. It was about 11 p.m. when we reached the state road that led into the forest, and I realized we were too late to navigate the area. The moon was barely a sliver, and the stars were few, obscured by the heavy canopy of trees. I had been traveling with a couple of other folks for the past few days, and we were on our way to a rainbow gathering, something I had only heard whispers about. There had been talk of people coming together, setting up a temporary village, living off the land, and celebrating a shared sense of community. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it felt like the perfect place to spend some time. Our destination was supposed to be the Seed Camp, a small, early arrival location where people gathered to set things up for the larger event. But with it being so late, we didn't want to risk wandering in the dark. We decided to pull over on the side of the road and wait until morning. It wasn't exactly a comfortable stop. The road was narrow, the trees thick and pressing in on us, and the night air had a damp chill to it. Still, we decided to sleep in the van and wait for dawn. I laid back on the seat, trying to make the best of it, but it wasn't long before something started bothering me. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of travel. The night was alive with sounds, the occasional rustle of leaves, the distant call of owls, and the subtle hum of insects. But there was something else, something strange. It started faintly at first, what sounded like children's laughter. High-pitched, playful, but distant. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured maybe it was just someone out there, camping or doing something in the forest. But then it continued. It wasn't a few giggles here and there, but something that went on for hours. It sounded like an entire playground of kids, laughter, shouting, even the occasional scream. It was so vivid, so real, that at times it felt like we were parked right next to a crowded schoolyard. The weird thing, there was no one else around. We were miles from any public road, let alone a school or neighborhood. The closest town was probably 10 miles away, and it was the middle of the night. No one would be out here, especially not a group of children. Still, the sounds persisted, growing louder and then softer, never quite fading away. It was disorienting and unsettling. I tossed and turned in the back of the van, trying to ignore it, but sleep wouldn't come. The others were awake too, staring out into the dark. One of them, a guy named Jake, finally spoke up. "You guys hear that?" he asked, his voice tight. "It's like kids. It's gotta be." "It's too late for that," I muttered. "There's no one out here." Jake didn't reply. We all just lay there in silence, listening to the distant sounds of children playing in the woods. The night stretched on, and the sounds never stopped. It was like the forest was alive with them, an endless game of tag that seemed to echo around us. At some point, I must have drifted off, because when I woke, the first light of dawn was just starting to creep over the horizon. The forest around us was still and quiet now, the playful noises from the night before completely gone. We got out of the van, stiff from a night of poor sleep, and stretched our legs. The morning light revealed the winding road we had pulled off, leading deeper into the woods. We packed up our things, and with the sounds of the forest gradually waking up around us, we set off toward the Seed Camp. The landscape was beautiful, but there was something eerie about it too. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the trees seemed to stand watch over everything, silent and imposing. We followed the road, trying to stay on track. There were no signs, no markers, but we knew we were heading in the right direction. We passed a few other early arrivals who were gathering around campfires, but there was no real community yet, just scattered groups of people. We eventually found the Seed Camp location, and as the sun climbed higher in the sky, we set up our camp. At its peak, there were maybe 150 people in the area, but in the early days, it was just a handful of us. A small group, just enough to get things started. We spent the morning setting up tents, gathering firewood, and preparing the site for when more people would arrive in the coming days. The air was warm and dry now, and the strange events of the night before seemed to fade into the back of my mind. But that afternoon, a few of us decided to take a walk. We were looking for firewood and perhaps a fresh spring to get water from. We wandered deeper into the forest, moving through thick underbrush and tall trees. The place was beautiful, almost untouched by time. After walking for a while, we came across something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was the foundation of an old house. At first glance, it didn't seem like much. Just a patch of earth, some stones, and scattered pieces of rotted wood. But the longer we looked, the more we realized that there was something off about the place. The house had clearly been gone for years, maybe decades, but there were trees growing where walls once stood, their trunks thick and old, their roots twisting through the cracks in the foundation. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten by time. We poked around, curious about what might be left behind. There were a few bits of metal, rusted nails, and old pieces of wood scattered across the ground. Nothing too interesting, but we were desperate to find something of value, a relic of the past, perhaps. And then we found something that stopped us in our tracks. A child's shoe. It was old, half-rotted, and almost completely buried in the forest floor. It was a strange find in the middle of nowhere, but we didn't think much of it. Maybe a kid had lost it, or maybe it had been here for years. We shrugged it off and moved on. Then we found another one, and another, and another. At first, I thought we were just finding a few scattered shoes, but the more we looked, the more we found. They were all over the place. Some of them were worn, others barely touched by time. There were shoes of all types, old-timey dress shoes, worn-out sneakers, sandals, and those jelly shoes that kids used to wear in the 80s. Some of them looked relatively new, while others appeared to have been out there for decades. It was then that we noticed something even more disturbing. The shoes weren't just scattered across the area. They were piled up, forming small heaps, like someone had just left them there. In one spot, we found a pile of them, dozens, maybe hundreds, stuffed into large, decaying garbage bags that had been left to rot in the earth. It didn't make sense. Why would there be so many shoes in one place, buried out here in the middle of the forest? The area around the foundation was littered with them. Dozens of shoes, some intact, others falling apart, but all of them children's shoes. And there was nothing else. No furniture, no toys, no personal belongings. Just shoes. It was as if someone had taken every child's shoe in the area and dumped them here. But there was no explanation for it. We stood there, staring at the piles of shoes, trying to make sense of it. It was impossible to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. The forest seemed to close in around us, the silence becoming more oppressive. What was this place? What had happened here? Eventually, we left. We didn't speak much on the way back to camp, each of us lost in our thoughts. As the days went by and more people arrived at the seed camp, the memory of the shoes faded into the background. But every so often, I would catch myself thinking about them, the strange, unsettling piles of children's shoes scattered around the old foundation. It didn't make sense. No one ever spoke about it, and eventually, the event was swallowed by the larger, more chaotic energy of the gathering. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, deep down in that forest. Something that I couldn't quite put into words, something that had been left behind and forgotten. To this day, I can't explain what happened out there, why there were so many shoes, or what happened to the people who had once lived in that house. All I know is that I've never been able to forget it, and every time I hear a child laughing in the distance, I wonder if it's a memory of that place, still echoing through the trees. I'm not sure if this is exactly a scary story, but it's certainly eerie, and the more I think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. There's a lot of backstory, so I'll try to lay it all out for you, but I can't promise it will make sense. It still doesn't make sense to me. It all started in September 2006. I was living with my girlfriend at the time, in a small apartment, and I got incredibly sick. It came on fast, like a freight train. High fever, chills, the kind of sickness that makes you feel like you're drowning in your own body. My girlfriend was great, though. She'd run out to grab some soup, switch out my wet sheets when I'd sweat through them, and bring me water, trying to keep me hydrated. I don't remember much of the next 2 days, just flashes of moments. Her sitting beside me, looking concerned, me drifting in and out of delirium, not able to think straight. I remember being so feverish that I couldn't really focus on anything. It felt like I was floating. I would sometimes say things without realizing it. I'd be speaking, and it would feel like the words weren't even coming from me. But then, as if I'd just snapped out of it, I'd find myself lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a strange disconnect between what I thought I had just said and what was going on around me. 2 days after the fever hit its peak, it finally broke. I woke up soaked in sweat, but feeling a little better. My girlfriend was there beside me, and she looked both relieved and exhausted. She handed me a glass of water and asked me a question that caught me completely off guard. "Who is Donald Crisp?" I blinked at her. "What?" "Donald Crisp," she repeated, looking confused. "You kept saying his name over and over while you were feverish. You'd call out to him, saying things like he has to save her." My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't been aware of any of this, but I felt the memory of the name stir something in my foggy mind. "Donald Crisp," I muttered. "Isn't he some old actor from the 30s? I paused, trying to think. I think he was in some Lassie movies. But that's it. I don't know who else he was. She wasn't convinced. "That's not all. You kept saying something strange, too. You said, 'Butto is coming back home to die.' Do you know what that means?" Butto. The name hit me with a sudden jolt. It was like something cracked open in my mind. I didn't know how, but I felt certain I'd heard the name before, though I couldn't quite place why. I couldn't recall the full context of what I had said. Fever dreams. Random words that meant nothing. Or maybe they meant something more. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. "I don't know. It's just fever nonsense. I probably dreamt something weird." That was the end of it, or so I thought. I tried to go back to my normal routine after I recovered, though my thoughts were still stuck on that strange fever dream. It bugged me, the things I'd said. I didn't know why, but something about it felt so real, like I'd known the name Butto from somewhere. And the name Donald Crisp, why had that stuck so strongly in my fever-addled mind? Then came the nightmare. It happened in early 2007. I don't remember falling asleep or what I was doing before I fell into this dream, but I found myself standing in front of a crowd, watching as a woman was killed. It was like a grainy old newsreel in my mind. She was wearing a blue dress and a headscarf, standing in the middle of what looked like a plaza. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and she collapsed to the ground, blood staining the pavement. There was fire everywhere, people screaming, chaos. In that nightmare, I wasn't just watching. I was part of it. I was there, and the fear felt real. In the dream, I was pulled aside by a man I didn't recognize, but somehow I knew him. He was old, his face weathered, like someone who had lived through the kind of history you don't want to know. He looked at me with sharp, penetrating eyes. "It will happen to her too," he said. "Sind is no place for learned women." The words didn't make sense. The scene shifted then, and I was suddenly in a lounge. A thick, heavy air settled around me, and I found myself sitting across from the man, Donald Crisp. The feeling of déjà vu hit me hard. He handed me a crumpled, yellowing newspaper. The headline was something that made my stomach turn. "Butto killed in Sikh states." I looked at the paper, but there was no date. There was no year, just a price, 5 cents. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing, with the name Butto echoing in my head. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, confused and disoriented. Was it just a dream? Some kind of strange fever dream that had carried over into my subconscious? It didn't help that the dream felt so vivid, like I had been there, had witnessed it in some strange, twisted way. It wasn't until 3 days later that I got the news. Benazir Bhutto, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, had been assassinated. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. The events were too eerily similar to what I had dreamed about. The blue dress, the shooting, the fire, the chaos. I couldn't get it out of my head. How had I dreamt about her death before it happened? How had I known? It was too much of a coincidence. But the weirdness didn't stop there. A week or so after the assassination, I was sitting in my apartment, flipping through channels, when I landed on Turner Classic Movies, TCM. A film called Jezebel was on, and I had nothing else to do, so I left it on. I was only half paying attention when I looked up at the screen and froze. There, in the movie, was none other than Donald Crisp. I had to rewind the film to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. But no, there he was playing a supporting role. It felt like a punch in the chest. I hadn't thought about Donald Crisp since the fever dream, but now there he was, once again, thrust into my reality. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow he was tied to everything. The fever, the dream, Bhutto's death, and now Jezebel. I spent hours looking up Donald Crisp after that, trying to find some kind of explanation, some way that he was connected to anything remotely related to the events I'd seen or heard. But there was nothing. He was an actor, an old, forgotten actor. He wasn't involved in politics, and he certainly wasn't connected to Bhutto in any way that I could find. Yet, I kept thinking about him. I kept hearing his name in the back of my mind, and the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Was it all just a bizarre coincidence? Could my mind have just been grasping at fragments, piecing them together in a fever-induced haze, and then reinforcing them through the dream? Maybe, maybe not. But the nagging feeling never really went away. I would see his name or face again, and it would bring back that strange feeling of foreboding. I couldn't tell if it was the fever messing with me, or if there was something more to it. Something I wasn't meant to understand. In the years since, I've tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself it was just a weird, one-off thing. But the eerie feeling never quite faded. It's always there, lurking at the edge of my thoughts, reminding me of something I can't explain, something I don't understand. I still don't know what it all meant. And sometimes, when I'm watching an old movie late at night, I can't help but wonder if I'll see Donald Crisp again, just out of the corner of my eye, as though he's still watching over me, still connected to whatever strange, inexplicable thing happened all those years ago. When I was deployed in Kosovo, my team spent most nights out on missions. A lot of them were recon runs, some supply observation, some intel gathering. They usually involved us getting dropped way out in some remote location and moving across a lot of ground fast, all while trying to stay invisible. Moving through fields, woods, scrubby hills, sometimes villages, and all of it without being seen, heard, or leaving anything behind that said we were ever there. We'd always spot weird stuff during these missions. Lights way out in the fields where no one should have been. Dogs that seemed to follow us for miles, but never made a sound. Shapes in the tree lines. Once we thought we saw an entire patrol of people moving parallel to us about 400 meters off. But when we tried to track them, they disappeared like smoke. Most of the time you shrugged it off and kept going. You couldn't afford to let your mind mess with you out there. People got hurt when that happened. One mission, though, it stayed with me in a way nothing else did. Even now, after all these years, I still think about it when the air is cold and the trees are bare and the world feels a little too quiet. It started off the same as any other. We got dropped off in a remote area at around 2,200 hours. It was an in-and-out job. Gather intel on whether mortar rounds and mines were being moved through this region. The whole area was rough open land, scattered trees and brush, patches of old farmland abandoned long before we ever got there. Nothing too thick to move through, and the terrain was laid out well enough that we could plan good cover routes. The moon was either full or damn near it that night, so we had better visibility than usual, which made me feel better about our chances. We needed to cover just over 17 kilometers before dawn and get to the extraction point. Normally, our recon team was tight, just 4 men. We all knew each other inside and out, how we moved, how we reacted. No surprises. But this time, Command had decided to send 3 new guys along with us for experience. They wanted them to get a real taste of what a deep recon mission felt like in a live environment. I wasn't thrilled about it, but what could you do? It was important they learned. I got rear security, like usual. I always liked taking rear. You had the space to move a little differently, to take an extra second to scan behind you, to make sure you weren't leaving a trail. Plus, I worked well with L, the guy ahead of me. We trusted each other, didn't need to say much, just hand signals and the occasional glance. It was enough. The first 10 kilometers were boring, which was exactly what you wanted. We moved smooth and steady, breaking up our silhouettes when we crossed open areas, hugging brush lines, sticking to ditches when we could. Every 15 or 20 minutes, we'd do a short halt, check on the new guys, make sure they weren't dragging or forgetting to check their flanks. They were green, but they were doing all right. Even if they didn't quite have that sixth sense yet, the constant low hum in the back of your mind when something wasn't right. After we cleared our search area and found nothing, we regrouped for a minute. Everyone kneeled in a loose circle, whispering checks. Ammo good, supplies good, radio good. We reoriented towards the extraction point, which was still a few hard hours away, over a big wooded hill, and then down through the edge of a village without getting spotted. Seemed simple enough. As rear security, I was always the last to step off. Right as I started moving, I heard a noise. Off in the trees, maybe 50 meters back, something moved. It wasn't a heavy sound, not like a person crashing around, but it wasn't small either. I froze instantly. One hand went up instinctively to signal stop. I didn't make a sound. Slowly, I turned my head. L was already looking too, one knee down, rifle pointed low but ready. He'd heard it. Good. I wasn't imagining it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, especially the new guys, kept moving. They didn't have the instinct yet to check rear every 20 meters or so. They just assumed we were following. We were getting separated. It wasn't good, but it wasn't catastrophic yet. Could have been a deer. Could have been a wild dog. Could have been a lot of things. Probably was nothing. That's what I told myself. Still, we moved out, bounding by twos. One moves, one covers, leapfrogging our way to catch up to the team without leaving our backs open. Every time we moved, I kept hearing something. Always behind us. Not rushing. Not closing in. Just moving. Following. Quiet. Deliberate. After one bound, I told Elle to go ahead and catch up to the others. I'd stay and cover for a minute, see if whatever it was showed itself. He nodded and took off, low and fast, eating up ground. I found a thick tree with a fallen log next to it, giving me decent cover and concealment. I settled in, watching the tree line, keeping my breathing low and even. Minutes passed. Silence. No movement. No sound. No change in the wind. The world felt flat and dead around me, like holding your breath underwater and waiting for something to reach out and grab your ankle. The team circled back toward me, moving through the woods in a wide arc to box in whatever might have been following. Good discipline, good instinct. They didn't yell. They didn't stumble. They just moved like shadows. When they reached me, I gave the hand signal. Nothing. We searched the area quickly, methodically. No tracks. No footprints. No broken branches. Nothing to even suggest anything had been there at all. I could feel the smiles under the balaclavas. A few pats on the back, the kind that said, "You spooked yourself, good job." I took it in stride. Better to be cautious than dead. We set off again. I kept to the rear, Elle a few meters ahead of me. No noises this time. Just the steady crunch of boots over dry leaves and the soft rustle of gear shifting against bodies. We crossed another 2 kilometers without issue before we came to an orchard. It was old and rough, probably abandoned for years. The trees were spaced well enough apart that we could move quickly, but still have decent cover if we needed it. The moon was so bright now that it almost didn't feel like night anymore. Everything was soaked in that pale silver blue light, the kind that makes shadows stretch long and deep across the ground. I was about to step into the orchard when I heard it again. At first, it was just that same noise, something moving low to the ground. But then it changed. A sound floated through the air, barely loud enough to hear over the wind. It was a giggle, a little girl's giggle. I froze so hard my knees locked. My stomach turned into a knot. I didn't want to believe what I heard. My mind screamed that it wasn't real, that it was some animal, some trick of the breeze moving through the trees. But deep down, the same part of me that had kept me alive in ugly situations knew better. It wasn't the kind of thing you miss here. It was soft, high-pitched, musical in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand straight up. I shot a glance ahead. Elle had already moved up about 20 meters and was crouched behind a tree, motioning me forward. I bolted to him and didn't look back. We kept moving. I didn't say anything. What could I have said? "Hey man, I think I heard a ghost." I'd get laughed off the team. I buried it. I swallowed it down deep. Just kept scanning, breathing, stepping. We moved into the orchard, staying low. The trees cast thick shadows in the moonlight. My eyes kept playing tricks on me, shapes flickering at the corners of my vision, branches that looked like hands reaching out. I focused on the man ahead of me, kept my mind locked down tight. Then, without even realizing it, I found myself next to a tree that felt off. It wasn't anything obvious. It wasn't bigger or smaller than the others. It didn't look different. But standing next to it made the world feel wrong. Like standing next to an electric fence you didn't know was there until you felt the hum in your teeth. I turned toward it, almost against my own will. The knots in the bark seemed to shift under the moonlight. I blinked and stared. The rough shapes twisted, pulling together into something familiar. A face. A little girl's face. It wasn't detailed, not like a painting. More like something you glimpse in a crowd and then lose track of. But the impression was there, strong and unmistakable. She smiled at me. A wide, innocent smile. One little hand raised up out of the bark, tiny fingers wiggling in a small wave. Then she giggled again, soft, sweet, and disappeared back into the wood like she had never been there at all. I couldn't move for a full 3 seconds. I just knelt there, heart hammering so hard I thought it might punch through my chest. My mind was racing, trying to logic its way out of what I had seen, but there was no explanation that fit. Nothing made sense. I hadn't slept in over 30 hours, sure, but but I'd gone longer without sleep before and never hallucinated. I forced my legs to move, forced myself to catch up to Elle. I didn't say a word. I wasn't about to tell the team that I had just seen a little girl smiling at me from inside a tree. Not a chance. We made it to the extraction point without further issues, boarded the truck, and left. Over the next couple of weeks, I didn't think about it much. I forced it out of my mind. Told myself it was stress, exhaustion, maybe the way the moonlight hit the tree. Nothing more. Then came another mission. I got assigned to provide security for a combat engineer team clearing mines. Good work, important work, but boring compared to recon. Meanwhile, my old team, including Elle, and the new guys, got sent back through the same area we'd crossed that night. When I got back to base after a few days out, I felt good. Tired, filthy, but good. I dropped my gear in my barracks room, finally peeled off my boots, and sat on my bunk to breathe for a minute. That's when the door slammed open and the guys burst in, laughing their asses off. Everyone except Elle. He wasn't smiling. Wasn't. It started one cold night in the middle of the fall semester of my sophomore year of college. Classes had been dragging, papers piling up, and all three of us, me, Jake, and Brian, were restless. Urban exploring was something we had gotten really into during our time at college. It gave us an escape from the everyday grind, something to break up the normal cycle of classes, work, and more classes. There's just something about the way abandoned places smell, the way they feel, that pulls you into their forgotten corners. It made you feel like you were stepping into a memory someone else had long abandoned. We had already explored old warehouses, broken down schools, the rusted-out hulls of industrial sites hidden behind trees and fences. Each place left its own mark on us, but that night, we decided to push things further. We had heard, through whispers around campus and some deep dives on sketchy forums, about an abandoned town hidden in the foothills on the edge of the city. Most people just mentioned it like a ghost story you tell freshmen to freak them out, but there were enough half-true details floating around that we figured it had to be real. We didn't take long to decide. We packed up some basic supplies, flashlights, water, black clothes to blend into the night, and hopped in Brian's beat-up Honda Civic. We left around 10:45 p.m., figuring it would take some time to find the place. The roads got quieter and darker the further we drove. The city lights faded behind us, and by the time we turned onto the last road, it felt like we were the only people left awake in the world. We parked the car about a mile away from the spot where we thought the entrance would be. No point making it obvious someone was poking around where they shouldn't be. The air was crisp and damp, carrying the smell of wet leaves and cold dirt. Everything was silent except for the sound of our shoes scuffing against the cracked asphalt of the deserted road. It took us a while to find it. The area around the supposed entrance was overgrown, with thick brush and trees crowding the edges of the old road. We wandered back and forth for what felt like forever, scanning the dark for any kind of landmark. Finally, after about 20 minutes, we spotted a sagging red house set back from the road. The paint was faded and peeling, but it still held that unmistakable deep red color. Across from it, a thin path led into the thick brush. We took it without hesitation, pushing through tangled branches and stepping over broken bits of old fence and trash. The ground was uneven and soft underfoot, and the further we climbed, the steeper it got. Tree roots grabbed at our ankles, and the brush clawed at our arms and faces. It was slow going, and every step had to be careful. One slip, and you'd tumble back down into the darkness. Finally, we found it. A small, jagged hole had been cut into the iron fence that surrounded the town. It was barely big enough to squeeze through, and you had to cling to branches and saplings to hold yourself up while you slid in. I scraped my hands and knees pulling myself through, dirt and bits of broken leaves sticking to my jeans. I remember standing up, brushing myself off, and then looking up and feeling my stomach flip. In front of us stretched an entire town. It wasn't just a few broken houses or some random ruins like we had pictured. It was full streets, neighborhoods, an old market square, rows of houses, an apartment complex looming on one side. Streetlights, broken and twisted, lined the cracked pavement. We stood there for a long moment, just taking it all in. It felt almost impossible that something this big could just sit here, forgotten and abandoned. We didn't speak. There wasn't any need. We started walking toward the apartment complex first. It looked like it had once been the heart of the town, a big, squat building with cracked windows and graffiti splashed across the walls. We stuck close together, our flashlights off for now, only using the dim, cloud-filtered moonlight to see. As we approached the building, I heard it, a soft, sharp beep. It was faint, barely noticeable. I stopped, thinking maybe it was my imagination, but then there it was again. Beep. I looked at Jake and Brian, but we just kept moving. Weird noises were normal for abandoned places. Pipes shifting, metal settling, old alarms losing their minds. We had heard it all before. We slipped inside through a broken doorway, the air stale and cold. The smell hit us immediately. Mold, old wood, rotting insulation. Inside, the walls were peeling, the floor scattered with trash and broken glass. In one corner of the main lobby, an old mattress lay slumped over itself, stained and sagging. Someone had clearly been here before us, and not that long ago. We moved from room to room, careful with our steps. The whole time, the beeping continued. Sometimes it was close, sometimes far. I tried not to let it get to me, but something about it wormed into my nerves. It wasn't random. It was steady, intentional. We made our way upstairs, our boots thudding softly against the sagging steps. Halfway down the hall, we found a door completely locked, while the others swung open with a simple push. Something about that locked door made my skin crawl. We didn't try to force it. None of us wanted to know what was behind it. We left the building and stood outside in the dead silence. That's when we noticed the beeping wasn't coming from just one spot anymore. It was scattered, popping up all around us from different directions. It would speed up the closer we got to certain buildings, slow down if we backed away. It was subtle at first, easy to ignore if you wanted to. But once you noticed, it became impossible to forget. We decided to push deeper into the town. We passed old houses, their windows like blank eyes staring at us. The air felt heavier now, like something unseen was pressing down on our shoulders. Every cracked sidewalk, every creaking sign in the breeze, felt like it was watching us. Then we found the White House. It sat off by itself near the edge of a small cul-de-sac, away from the rest of the buildings. The paint was chipped and faded, and the roof sagged in the middle. But what stopped us wasn't the house itself, it was the yard. Leading from the crumbling sidewalk to the front door were neat, almost perfect squares made of shattered glass, stacked and arranged like stepping stones. It didn't make any sense. Someone had spent time on this, made it deliberate. We stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. That's when the first beam of light hit us. It came from the second floor of the White House, blasting out through a broken window. It was so sudden and bright that it froze me where I stood. The beeping, all around us, instantly grew louder, faster. In the next second, other beams lit up, from other houses, from the apartment building, from the market square. One after another, like someone flipping switches across the town. Without thinking, we ran. I barely remember my feet hitting the ground. I could feel the lights tracking us, beams cutting through the dark, making our shadows dance crazily against the ruined buildings. My lungs burned, my heart hammering against my ribs. Brian stumbled at one point, crashing to the ground hard enough that I thought he wasn't getting up. But he scrambled up, blood on his hands from scraping the pavement, and we kept going. We didn't know where we were running, just that we had to get out. Somehow, through blind luck or instinct, we found our way back to the fence. I saw Jake go through first, almost falling down the hill on the other side. I grabbed Brian and shoved him toward the hole, barely giving him enough time to squeeze through. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who, or what, might be behind us. I dropped to the ground and scrambled through the hole, branches snapping and scratching at my face and arms. I lost my footing halfway down and slid most of the way, hitting rocks and roots hard enough to bruise. But I didn't stop. We hit the old road at a dead sprint, running so hard it felt like my lungs were going to burst. Behind us, the beeping slowed, then faded. The lights disappeared one by one, swallowed back up by the night. We reached the car and piled in, slamming the doors shut with shaking hands. Brian fumbled with the keys, cursing under his breath, and finally the engine roared to life. We sped away, not stopping, not talking, not even looking in the rearview mirror. We didn't talk about it for a long time. Not really. Every time someone brought it up, there was this heavy feeling, like the memory was a wound that hadn't fully healed yet. None of us could explain what happened, and none of us wanted to go back and find out. 3 months later, during the winter break, curiosity got the better of us. We decided to drive by, just to see. The fence was gone. The gate had been torn down, and most of the buildings had already been reduced to piles of broken concrete and twisted metal. Construction equipment sat parked near the edge of the ruins, and workers in bright vests moved through the rubble like ants. We parked a little ways off and walked up to the edge. It didn't even look like the same place anymore. Just a dead, gray wasteland. We flagged down one of the construction workers, an older guy with a thick beard and a weary face. We asked him what had happened here. He told us the city had finally decided to tear the whole place down. It had become a hot spot for gangs, he said. Drugs, murders, human trafficking. Horrible things happened there, and it wasn't safe for anyone to go near it anymore. When I asked him how long that had been going on, he shrugged and said it had been that way for years. We left after that. None of us said much on the drive home. I still think about it sometimes. About the lights, the beeping, the white house with the glass leading up to the front door. Who was inside those buildings? Who was waiting for us to get closer? If we had stayed even a minute longer, I don't think we would have made it out at all. I don't think we would have ever been heard from again. And the worst part is, no one would have even known where to look. It would have been like we had just disappeared. It was a gray afternoon when the call came through. I remember it was one of those days where the sun never really comes out, just a heavy layer of clouds sitting low, like a dirty blanket pulled tight over the sky. I was home, sitting at the kitchen table, sorting through some paperwork for work when the pager on my hip started buzzing. I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed my bag, pulled on my boots, and was out the door within minutes. When you're part of a volunteer search and rescue team, you never know what you're going to be walking into, but you learn pretty quickly not to waste time second-guessing yourself. You just go. The drive out to the staging area was long and quiet. The roads twisted through thick woods, and the closer I got to the neighboring town, the worse the weather seemed to get. A light mist had started to fall, slicking the road and smearing the windshield. I turned the wipers on low, trying to push the haze away, but it didn't do much. It felt like the world was holding its breath. When I got to the parking lot that was serving as the staging area, it was already half full of vehicles, sheriff's trucks, other volunteers' cars, a few official-looking SUVs. I parked at the end of the row and grabbed my gear, throwing on my rain jacket before heading over to the group that had already gathered. Faces I recognized, people I'd worked alongside more times than I could count. Normally there would be some chatter, someone cracking a nervous joke to lighten the mood, but today it was different. Everyone was quiet, shifting from foot to foot, avoiding each other's eyes. The sheriff himself was there, standing by his truck with a map unfolded on the hood. He looked grim. His hand was resting on the map, fingers tapping an absent rhythm against the laminated surface. When he spoke, his voice was low, carrying just enough to reach us, but not loud enough to disturb the stillness. "It's a small plane," he said. "Went down a little after noon. Radar lost contact about 20 minutes before we got the call. We got a rough idea of where it came down, but it's a mess up there. Steep terrain, lots of tree cover. Gonna be tough going." He paused, looking around at us, and then said the thing that froze the air in my lungs. "We've been told there were 3 people on board, an elderly couple and their granddaughter." You could almost feel the words hit everyone at the same time. A physical blow. I saw a few of the newer volunteers blanch, one woman covering her mouth like she might be sick. Nobody said anything, but the mood shifted, the way a room changes when bad news walks in wearing a uniform. We got our assignments and started gearing up. I loaded my pack with extra gloves, tarps, body bags. Stuff you hope you won't need, but always bring anyway. I checked my harness and rappelling gear twice, my hands moving automatically through the motions even as my mind spun. The hike up to the crash site was brutal. The slope was steep enough that we had to use ropes in some sections, digging our boots into the wet ground and pulling ourselves up hand over hand. The rain had turned the dirt into slick mud, and more than once I saw someone slip and catch themselves on a branch or a teammate. Broken tree limbs and shredded pieces of metal littered the hillside, a grim breadcrumb trail leading us upward. It didn't take long to find the first real piece of the wreckage. A wing, half buried in the mud, bent almost in half like someone had twisted it with their bare hands. Paint scraped away, metal torn open like a can. Bits of wiring and insulation hung from the edges, swaying slightly in the misty air. It was a sight I don't think I'll ever forget. You see pictures of crash sites in the news sometimes, but standing there in front of it, smelling the sharp, bitter tang of burnt fuel and oil, feeling the ruin of it in your chest. It's something else entirely. Our lead, an older guy named Mike who had been with the team for decades, pulled us together. His face was lined and pale, but his voice was steady. "Listen," he said. "Nobody has to go down there if they don't want to. This isn't going to be easy. If you can't do it, there's no shame in that." About half the group stepped back. No arguing, no explanations. Just quiet nods and turned backs. They busied themselves setting up the rope systems we'd need to get down the hillside safely, making calls on the radios to coordinate with the other teams working their way up from below. The rest of us clipped onto the lines and started the careful descent toward the main wreckage. The closer we got, the worse the damage became. Trees sheared in half, ground gouged out by the impact. Bits of luggage scattered like confetti, mixed with shredded seats and twisted metal. The fuselage itself was barely recognizable, just a crumpled heap at the bottom of a small ravine, torn open and smeared with mud and blood. The first thing I noticed when we touched down was the stuffed teddy bear. It was lying in the mud a few feet away from what was left of the fuselage, half soaked and stained a deep, dark red. I stared at it for a long time before I could make myself look away. Something about it hit harder than anything else. It made it real. This wasn't just a crash site. These were people, a family, a little girl who probably clutched that bear to her chest when she was scared. I forced myself to move, following Mike and another guy named Chris toward the wreckage. The smell hit us hard, that thick, sweet, sick smell of blood and broken bodies. It's different than the metallic scent of a bad car wreck. There's a finality to it, a wrongness that your brain tries to push away but can't. We found the first body still strapped into what was left of a seat. An older man, probably the grandfather, though it was hard to tell. His head lolled unnaturally against his chest, and his hands were still curled around the remnants of the seatbelt. We worked silently, carefully, trying to free him from the twisted wreck without causing more damage. Every move had to be slow, deliberate. You don't think about it when you're watching a show or reading a report, but recovering a body is delicate work. It's about respect, about giving what's left of a person back to the people who loved them. The grandmother was a few feet away, thrown from the wreck. She was lying face down in the mud, her hair fanned out around her like a halo. We took our time with her too, moving gently, trying not to look too closely at the damage the crash had done to her body. And then there was the little girl. She was still buckled into a child's seat, somehow mostly intact despite the destruction around her. Her eyes were open, staring blankly upward, and there was a gash across her forehead that had long since stopped bleeding. Her hands were small, delicate, resting limply in her lap. One of her shoes was missing. We all stopped when we saw her. None of us spoke. None of us moved. I think we all just needed a minute to gather ourselves, to steel our nerves for what we had to do next. I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, my breathing loud and harsh inside my helmet. It was Mike who finally stepped forward. He knelt beside her and brushed a strand of hair from her face with a gentleness that broke my heart. Then he looked back at us and nodded. We moved slowly, working together to lift her out of the seat and onto a tarp. I tried not to look at her face, but I couldn't help it. She looked so peaceful, so heartbreakingly normal, like she could have been sleeping, like any moment she might sit up and ask where her parents were. But she wouldn't. She never would. We wrapped her carefully, making sure she was secure, and then we started the slow, painful process of carrying the bodies back up the hillside. It was hard, grueling work. The mud made every step treacherous, and the weight of what we were carrying, physical and emotional, made it feel like we were moving through quicksand. By the time we got back to the staging area, it was full dark. Someone had set up floodlights, casting harsh white beams across the parking lot. The sheriff met us at the edge, his face tight with grief. No words were exchanged, just nods, handshakes, claps on the shoulder, small gestures of shared understanding. We loaded the bodies into the coroner's van in silence. The little girl went last. I remember watching as they closed the doors, sealing her away from the cold night air, and feeling something inside me splinter. Afterward, we stood around in small groups, drinking bad coffee from styrofoam cups and pretending like we were okay. I wasn't. I don't think any of us were. But nobody said it out loud. We just stared at the ground or the sky or the swirling mist and waited for the world to make sense again. It didn't, not right away. The days that followed were some of the hardest I've ever lived through. I couldn't stop seeing her face every time I closed my eyes. I would wake up in the middle of the night with the smell of burnt fuel still in my nose. The image of that teddy bear burned into my brain. I thought about quitting, more than once. I thought about handing in my gear, walking away from it all, pretending like I could just forget. But every time I thought about leaving, I remembered that little girl. I remembered the way Mike had brushed her hair back from her face, the way we had wrapped her so carefully, the way we had carried her out of that awful place with as much dignity and respect as we could muster. If I didn't do it, someone else would have to. Someone else would have to carry that weight, bear that heartache, live with that memory. I couldn't let that happen. So I stayed. I went to the debriefings. I talked to the counselor they brought in. I leaned on my team, and they leaned on me. Slowly, painfully, I learned how to carry the memory without letting it crush me. You don't ever get over something like that. You just learn how to live with it, how to let it shape you without breaking you. And maybe that's the real reason we do what we do. Not for the glory or the recognition, not for the adrenaline rush or the hero stories. We do it so that families can have closure, so that a little girl isn't left alone in the woods, so that the people who loved her can know deep down that even in the worst moment of their lives, she was treated with care and respect, that she mattered, that she was never just another number or statistic. She was a life, a precious, irreplaceable life. And even though she's gone, I was running my cable route like any other day, somewhere deep in the inner city, bouncing from one apartment building to the next, sweating through my work shirt even though it wasn't even noon yet. The sun was already baking the asphalt, and everything around me smelled like hot metal and car exhaust. It was one of those days where time drags and every small thing feels like it's just trying to make the day longer. I had just finished a job reinstalling internet for a lady who insisted I move her router 6 times before she was happy, and my patience was already running on fumes. As I packed up my truck, tossing the clipboard on the passenger seat and wiping sweat from my forehead with a grimy rag, I felt it. That deep, twisting cramp in my gut that sends a bolt of panic through you. Not a polite heads-up kind of feeling either. This was an emergency broadcast, a 5-alarm fire in my guts. I needed a bathroom, and I needed it now. I did a quick mental scan of the area, trying to remember if there were any good spots nearby. I knew the quick trip a few miles down the highway had a decent bathroom, clean enough at least, but 5 miles in city traffic felt like a suicide mission. In the time it would take to cross those lights and intersections, I'd be chewing on the steering wheel in agony. I didn't have time for that. I couldn't risk it. There was a grimy little gas station about 6 blocks away, the kind of place where the pumps barely worked, and there was always at least one guy hanging around selling bootleg DVDs or knockoff colognes. I hesitated because gas station bathrooms are a real gamble, especially in this part of town. You never knew if you'd walk in and find the whole place flooded or worse. But I didn't have the luxury to be picky. It was either roll the dice or crap myself in my work uniform, and I wasn't about to be that guy. I climbed into my truck, clenching every muscle south of my ribcage, and drove to the gas station, hitting every red light along the way. It felt like the city itself was conspiring against me. Every bump in the road, every brake tap, every swerve made my situation worse. I was sweating bullets by the time I pulled into the cracked parking lot. The gas station was exactly the dump I remembered. Flickering fluorescent lights, trash blowing across the pavement, some dude sitting on a crate yelling at cars as they pulled in. I ignored it all and beelined for the building, speed walking through the double doors. The smell hit me immediately. Stale beer, old coffee, something burnt. I didn't care. All I needed was that bathroom. Of course, it wasn't that easy. There was a line. A short one, but a line all the same. The bathroom was a single unisex stall tucked in the back corner by the flickering soda machine. A young woman and a guy about my age were standing outside the door. They were making that awkward small talk you make when you're all waiting for the same thing, but pretending not to care. I joined the line, trying to act casual, but inside I was in full-blown crisis mode. I shifted from foot to foot, trying not to draw attention to myself. Every second felt like a year. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes had crawled by. I could hear the faint sound of running water from inside the bathroom, and then silence, like whoever was in there was just sitting. My stomach groaned violently. I pressed my hand against it and tried to focus on anything else. The woman next to me was scrolling her phone. The guy was fiddling with the zipper on his jacket. bouncing on the balls of his feet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the guy lost it. He let out this sound, half scream, half roar, and lunged at the bathroom door, yanking the handle and slamming his shoulder against it. The whole frame shook. The woman inside shrieked, and the woman next to me gasped and stumbled back. I froze for a split second, my brain trying to catch up to what I was seeing. 1 second the guy had been jittery but fine, and now he was acting like a man possessed. He kept yanking the door, slamming into it, making these horrible, guttural noises that didn't even sound human. His eyes were wild, rolling around in his head, and spit flew from his mouth as he screeched and grunted. The woman inside the bathroom was yelling for help now, pounding on the door from the other side. I stepped forward, instinct taking over, reaching out to grab the guy's arm, ready to yank him back and tell him to get a grip. As soon as my hand touched him, it was like he got hit with a lightning bolt. His whole body seized up and he collapsed backward, dead weight against me. I barely caught him, staggering under his weight. His legs kicked out randomly, his arms jerking and flailing. I laid him down as carefully as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. His eyes were open but unfocused, tears running down his cheeks, and to my horror, blood was leaking from the corners of his eyes. His mouth foamed and twisted as he convulsed, making wet choking noises that cut deep into my gut. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. 1 minute we were waiting in line, making jokes about how slow it was, and now he looked like he was dying right in front of me. The woman inside the bathroom cautiously opened the door, stepping out with a terrified look on her face. She was older, maybe in her 60s, with short gray hair and a no-nonsense look about her. Without hesitating, she barked orders, telling someone to call an ambulance, telling me to roll him on his side. Her voice cut through the panic that was building in my head. I did what she said, hands shaking. The guy was still seizing, twitching violently, but at least he wasn't choking. The woman, the retired nurse, as I later found out, knelt beside him, checking his pulse, keeping him from smacking his head against the floor. She moved with calm, practiced movements that made me realize she'd probably seen this sort of thing before. The gas station clerk came running over with a cordless phone, jabbering into it as he relayed the address to the 911 operator. A few other people had gathered, peering in from the parking lot, whispering and pointing. I barely noticed them. All I could focus on was the guy at my feet, the way his body jerked uncontrollably, the blood in his eyes, the foam dripping from his mouth onto the filthy linoleum floor. After what felt like forever, though it was probably only a few minutes, the seizure started to slow. His muscles unclenched little by little. His chest heaved with ragged, shallow breaths. His eyes fluttered closed. The nurse kept talking to him softly, telling him he was okay, even though he wasn't awake enough to hear her. The paramedics arrived just as he was coming out of it fully. Big guys in navy blue uniforms, moving fast and efficient, with a stretcher and a big red medical bag. They got him stabilized, put an oxygen mask over his face, started running IVs. One of them asked if anyone knew him. That's when a woman, his wife, it turned out, burst through the door, pale and frantic. She must have gotten a call from one of the bystanders. Through snatches of conversation, I learned the guy had epilepsy, worsened by years of alcoholism. His wife said he'd been trying to quit drinking, but kept sneaking drinks, hiding flasks in his jacket. She said he probably had a seizure because he took a drink while already dehydrated and overheated, standing in that hot gas station waiting for the bathroom. The paramedics loaded him up and wheeled him out, his wife trailing behind, clutching his jacket to her chest. The nurse stood up, brushing dust from her knees, and gave me a tight nod. Her hands were steady, but her eyes looked tired. The whole place felt heavy and strange after they left, like the air itself was thicker. The bystanders drifted away, murmuring to each other. The woman who had been waiting in line ahead of me shook her head and said she didn't think she could use the bathroom after all. She looked rattled, pale and jumpy. I didn't blame her. But for me, survival mode kicked back in. My gut twisted again, reminding me why I had come here in the first place. I stepped over the blood-streaked floor, the dirty handprints, the crumpled oxygen tubing, and pushed the bathroom door open. It was a nightmare inside. Filthy walls, broken paper towel dispenser, graffiti scratched into the mirror. The air reeked of bleach and old sewage. There was a puddle of something unidentifiable in one corner. I didn't care. I locked the door, shoved my shirt over my nose, and took the most hard-earned, relieved, and painful dump of my entire life. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't clean. I perched above the toilet like my life depended on not touching anything. I wiped with the world's thinnest toilet paper and washed my hands in a sink that barely dribbled water. But walking out of that bathroom felt like stepping back into a different world. The sun was still blazing outside. Traffic still roared by on the street. Life was still moving around me like nothing had happened. I climbed back into my truck, sitting for a moment in the idling AC, just breathing. I thought about that guy, about how I had just been standing there talking to him, about how normal he seemed. Well-dressed, clean, polite. You would never guess the battle he was fighting underneath it all. You would never guess how close he was to the edge, hiding it with a smile and a flask tucked in his coat. Driving away, I realized how thin the line is between everything being fine and everything falling apart. Sometimes all it takes is a few minutes, a wrong drink, a missed warning sign, and everything crashes down. I didn't know that guy's name, and I probably never would. But for those 10 minutes in the gas station, our lives were tied together in a way that left a mark on me. Seizures scared the hell out of me before, and they scare me even more now. Not because of the blood or the violence of it, but because of how fragile people are, even when they're doing everything they can to look strong. Even when they're standing right next to you, laughing, waiting for the bathroom. I finished my route that day like normal. I pulled cable, set up routers, smiled at customers. But something was different. I moved a little slower. I listened a little closer. I realized you never really know what someone's carrying inside them. That was one of the 2 times minor, random. There are some wonderful things about being young, poor, and in love. But this isn't about any of those things. When I was 22, I decided to move in with my boyfriend. He was just as broke as I was. Poor plus poor didn't make rich. It didn't even make comfortable. But we had just enough to scrape by and afford a tiny 1-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of a college town. I still remember the first day we moved in. It wasn't much. The place looked tired, old, almost forgotten. The walls had so many layers of lead-based paint that it looked like if a bomb dropped. The walls would still be standing, chipped and peeling, but stubborn. The bathroom was the worst part. No vent, just a little window right in the shower that barely opened more than a few inches. The appliances looked like they were from the 1970s. The oven rattled when it heated up. The fridge door squealed loud enough to wake the dead when you opened it. But it was ours, our little slice of life, and we were stupidly happy with it. Our schedules didn't match. I worked during the day at a small office job downtown, and he worked graveyard shifts at a factory about 30 minutes away. It meant we missed each other a lot, passing like ships in the night. But it also meant that when we were together, we didn't waste a single second. We cooked dinner together. We danced barefoot in the living room. We spent a lot of time naked. Young and in love, what else was there to do? It didn't take long for a silly game to start. In the mornings, when I would be getting ready for work and hopping in the shower, he'd be just coming home from his overnight shift. He realized he could sneak up to the bathroom window and catch a glimpse of me showering. The first time it happened, I caught him immediately. His ridiculous grin gave him away. I screamed, he laughed, and it became a little game between us. I always caught him. It was harmless. It made us laugh. But after a few weeks, I started to notice something weird. Outside the bathroom window, there was a log standing upright against the building. It was odd. It hadn't been there before. I asked him about it, teasing. "You need a step stool now?" He laughed it off, said it wasn't his, that maybe the maintenance guys were moving debris around. And it made sense, sort of. Yard workers were always around, mowing, trimming, doing whatever yard workers did. So I forgot about it. But then the log kept coming back. Even after we'd move it, it would reappear in the same spot a few days later. We didn't think too much about it. Life kept going. Fall came, and with it the first snow. The maintenance crew finally came through and cleaned up the whole yard, hauling away all the junk, including that log. I didn't think about it again. Time passed. Our lease ended, but the complex had a special going. 2-bedroom apartments cheaper than our 1-bedroom. It was a no-brainer. More space, less money. We signed the new lease without thinking twice. The new apartment was on the other side of the complex. The first side had been along a tree-lined street, facing nice suburban houses. It had felt kind of homey, almost safe. The new side faced the back of an abandoned strip mall. There was a dark alley, a broken streetlight, some dumpsters, and the back door of a closed-down Chinese buffet. Stray cats roamed around like little ghosts. At night, the whole area was just a pool of shadow. But during the day, it wasn't so bad. And the apartment was bigger, cheaper, and felt like a steal. We filled the second bedroom with cheap thrift store furniture and called it our office, even though all we really did in there was store junk. It was around this time that my boyfriend decided to propose. It was close to Valentine's Day. He was so excited, he couldn't even keep the secret. He blurted it out one night after dinner, fumbling with words and turning red. I said yes before he could even finish asking. We were kids. We thought love was enough to fix everything. He had gotten the rings from a family friend who owned a jewelry shop. A discount deal, the best he could do. When he brought them home, we opened the little box together, both of us so giddy. And then my heart sank. The engagement ring, along with the wedding band, was massive. I mean huge. I wear a size 4. The ring looked like it could fit over 2 of my fingers at once. I tried to put it on and it fell right off. We checked the receipt. Somehow, someway, they had made it a size 12. It was disappointing, but fixable. He put the rings in his glove box to take them back to the jeweler the next day. But overnight, a snowstorm blew through. Roads were a mess. He couldn't make the drive. The day after the storm, he went out to his car and found the glove box wide open. The window smashed. Nothing else was missing, just the rings. Somebody must have broken into his car, specifically looking for valuables. They'd found exactly what they wanted. We spent weeks going to every pawn shop in town, explaining, showing pictures, begging the owners to keep an eye out. Nobody had seen anything. Eventually we had to accept it. The rings were gone. We couldn't afford to replace them. After that, every time I saw a woman with thick fingers wearing a chunky silver ring with Celtic knots, a part of me would burn with anger. I'd picture some deadbeat boyfriend stealing from someone else to give her that ring. I tried to let it go, but it stayed with me like a stone in my shoe. Winter dragged on, but eventually summer came. Long days, warm breezes. We didn't have enough money to get our phone service turned back on, but it didn't matter much. We didn't talk to anybody but each other. Meanwhile, the city budget took a hit. Police stations closed, especially in our area. Crime rates climbed. There were break-ins, car thefts, even a few assaults. But it was all during the night. During the day, the world still looked bright and safe. That made it easy to pretend nothing was wrong. One night, my boyfriend had gone to bed early. He had picked up a day shift to try and get some extra money. I decided to take a long, hot bath. It was one of my favorite things in the world. I ran the water, poured in way too much bubble bath, opened the little bathroom window for fresh air. I stripped down, dumped my clothes in a pile by the door, grabbed my laptop, set it up on the closed toilet lid, and climbed into the tub. I stayed in there forever. The water was warm, the laptop was playing some old movie I'd seen a million times, and for once, everything felt calm. Safe. I watched one movie, then another. The water went cold, but I didn't mind. I stayed, just soaking, zoning out. After what must have been 4 hours, I finally pulled the plug and sat there while the water drained around me. I stood up, stretched, grabbed my towel. The night air felt cool on my skin through the open window. I didn't even bother shutting it. The apartment was stuffy anyway. I stepped out of the tub, careful not to trip over my clothes, and turned toward the door. That's when my eyes, purely by habit, flicked back toward the window. And I saw him. There was a man standing outside the window. For a second, my brain tried to tell me it was just my boyfriend. A dumb prank. Like before. I almost smiled. But then I realized the man's eyes were too high. Way too high for someone standing on the ground. And he wasn't smiling. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, looking straight at me. I stood there, naked, frozen. My heart pounded, so hard I thought I might throw up. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. And then I saw his hand. He was jerking himself off. Right there, a few feet from me, separated only by a thin mesh screen. I caught a flash of something shiny on his hand. A ring. A silver ring with Celtic knot work. My stomach twisted. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to disappear. I finally unfroze. I bolted from the bathroom, slammed into the bedroom, scrambled under the blankets, heart hammering so loud I couldn't hear anything else. My fiancé woke up confused. He tried to get up, but I clung to him like a life raft, whispering over and over, "Make him go away." When he finally got up and stormed outside, the man was gone. There was nobody there, just a log, standing upright outside the bathroom window. We called the police the next morning, after driving across town to a working station. They took the report, but there wasn't much they could do. They were overwhelmed with calls and short-staffed. A peeping Tom wasn't exactly a top priority. We couldn't afford to break our lease. Moving wasn't an option, so we stayed. I taped black paper over every window. I shoved boards into every window frame so they couldn't open. I kept pepper spray with me at all times. I never left the apartment after dark. But it didn't stop. Most nights, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I'd hear faint noises outside the bedroom window. The crunch of footsteps, a low thump against the siding, a soft rustle. In the mornings, my fiancé would check. Every time, he found footprints, pressed deep into the dirt, right under our window. Summer turned into fall into winter. We lived like prisoners, afraid to even breathe too loud after dark. Finally, our lease ended. We moved out the day we could, without looking back once. We found a different apartment across town, in a better neighborhood. Smaller, more expensive, but worth every penny. We never saw the man again. I still don't know who he was. Maybe he lived in the abandoned strip mall. Maybe he was just some random drifter. Maybe he had been there longer than we realized. Watching, waiting, I'll never know. For 3 long years after, I couldn't sleep without checking the locks twice, 3 times. I carried pepper spray everywhere. I never opened windows again, no matter how hot it got. I learned how to listen for every creak and groan a building could make. I wish I could say it all went away. That time healed it. But the truth is, some things stick. They settle deep inside you. You learn to live with them. Now, when I see a woman laughing under an open window, I remember that morning, so clearly it still makes my stomach turn if I think about it too long. It was about 4 years ago now. I had the day off, and it was one of those rare mornings when nothing in the world was pulling at me. No alarms, no schedules, just a wide open lazy day. I slept heavy, the kind of deep, dead sleep that only happens when you know you don't have to wake up early. When my eyes finally cracked open, the first thing I did was roll over and glance at the red glow of my bedroom alarm clock on the nightstand. 10:21 a.m. I remember that number so sharply because of what happened later. The room was a little chilly, but the bed was warm. I laid there for a few more seconds, gathering the energy to haul myself out from under the covers. Eventually, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my feet, and shuffled toward the bathroom. The old wooden floorboards creaked a little under my weight, the kind of familiar sound you stop noticing most days. But for whatever reason, I was just aware of everything that morning, every little detail. The bathroom was warm compared to my room. The fan wasn't on, and there was still some lingering heat from the shower I must have taken the night before. I stood there for a moment, letting the warmth settle around me. I used the toilet, took my time brushing my teeth, just standing there leaning on the sink with my elbows propped up, staring at myself in the mirror without really seeing anything. The water from the faucet hissed and steamed slightly. I washed my face with cold water to shake off the lingering grogginess. After that, I went back to my room, rummaged around for some clothes, pulled on a pair of sweats and a hoodie since I wasn't planning on leaving the house, and finally picked up my phone to check for any texts or missed calls. The screen blinked on, and right there at the top, clear as day, 10:25 a.m. I frowned a little. That couldn't be right. There was no way I spent only 4 minutes in the bathroom and getting dressed. I hadn't been rushing. I'd stood there for what felt like ages, brushing my teeth at a lazy pace, staring off at nothing, fiddling with the sleeve of my hoodie when I put it on. For minutes. No way. Still half in that sleepy mindset, I turned my head and looked back at the alarm clock on my nightstand, the same one I'd glanced at when I woke up. 10:25, same as the phone. I felt a small flicker of confusion, but shrugged it off. Maybe I'd misread the clock when I first woke up. Maybe it had actually been 10:21 when I thought it was 10:01 or something. I shook it off. No big deal. I went downstairs, my feet dragging a little on the stairs, still not fully awake, but the thought nagged at the back of my mind. I stepped into the kitchen, turned on the PC that sat on the small desk nearby, and flicked the TV on to the morning news just to have some background noise. The kitchen was filled with that soft hum of electronics coming to life. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet, filled it up from the sink, and took a few long gulps. The cold water helped me feel a little more awake. I remembered I had some leftover rice from dinner the night before, and I decided I might as well microwave it up and make a quick breakfast. I set a pan on the stove to start cooking some eggs, something simple. I pulled the rice out of the fridge, popped open the microwave, slid the plate in, and went to punch in a time. That's when I noticed the clock on the microwave. 10:25. My stomach dropped a little. I blinked, then looked over at the oven clock just to double check. Same thing. 10:25. I pulled my phone out of my pocket again, hands a little clumsier than they should have been. 10:25. There was no way. It wasn't even a thought I could reason away. There was absolutely no way it had taken me less than a minute to wake up, go to the bathroom, get dressed, come downstairs, turn on the TV, turn on the PC, get a drink, and start making breakfast. Even if I'd sprinted through everything like a robot, it would have taken longer than that. I stood there, holding the microwave door open like an idiot, trying to make sense of it. I decided I needed to test it somehow, just to make sure it wasn't all in my head. I let the microwave door close and leaned on the counter, facing the clock. I decided to count to 60. If the clock didn't roll over to 10:26 by the time I finished, then clearly the clock was stuck or broken. I started counting slowly in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I kept my eyes glued to the clock. About 20 seconds into my counting, the microwave's clock finally clicked over to 10:26. A weird sort of relief washed over me. Okay, it moved. Maybe I just caught everything during some weird fluke. Maybe every clock in the house happened to be exactly in sync for once, and I just happened to look right at the exact wrong moments. It was still strange, but not impossible. I shook my head, grabbed the plate of rice, and started microwaving it. Then I cracked a couple of eggs into the pan and let them sizzle while I fussed around with a fork and plate. I plated up my sad little breakfast and headed over to the PC to eat, like I did most days off. There was a comfort in sitting at the desk, half watching news, half scrolling through the internet. I sat down in the chair and tapped the mouse to wake the PC up fully. The desktop blinked on, and I immediately caught the little clock in the corner of the screen. 10:20. I froze. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. 10:20. No, that couldn't be. I pulled my phone out again. My heart actually skipped a beat this time, a sharp punch behind my ribs. 10:20. I just sat there for a long moment, fork hovering over my rice, my mind blank except for the roaring of blood in my ears. It didn't make sense. It wasn't just one clock being weird. It wasn't just the microwave or the PC or my phone. Everything was wrong. Everything was lying to me. Trying to steady myself, I opened up the little clock toolbar on the PC and pulled up the second-hand view. I stared at it. The second hand moved. Tick, tick, tick. I watched it crawl all the way around once, twice, 3 times. The minutes ticked up. 10:21, 10:22. Time was moving forward, just like normal. Maybe, I thought, maybe somehow everything had reset. Maybe some glitch hit. I didn't know enough about computers or phones or clocks to even guess. But it didn't stop there. Over the next stretch of what felt like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, time felt like it moved normally if I watched it directly. If I sat there and stared at the clock, the seconds would tick by, the minutes would change like they were supposed to. I kept checking, eyes glued to the little clock on my PC, checking it against the microwave when I got up to refill my water, checking it against my phone every few minutes. When I was paying attention, it was like nothing was wrong. But if I let myself get distracted, even for a little while, even for a couple of minutes, everything would slip again. Once, after getting up to rinse my plate and coming back, I noticed the clock had moved backward. The PC now said 10:14. The phone matched it exactly. Another time, after scrolling through a few articles online and not checking the clock for a bit, I noticed it said 10:13. Lower still. Then back up into the 10:20s after I stared at it long enough. It was like time was stuck in a loop, or like my house was sitting on some kind of bubble that wasn't lined up with the rest of the world anymore. But nothing outside seemed strange. Through the window, I could see the neighbor's trees blowing lightly in the breeze. A car drove by on the street, slow and steady, someone going about their normal day. I thought about turning on the news louder, but I was almost afraid to. What if they said something crazy? What if they said nothing at all? I sat at the desk for what felt like forever, feeling like I was losing my mind. Watching the seconds tick by normally when I stared, but knowing in my gut that something was wrong whenever I wasn't looking. I kept jumping back and forth between the clocks, on the microwave, on the oven, on the PC, on my phone. I checked the settings on the PC, even opened the Internet Time sync settings. Everything looked normal. I Googled the time on a website. It matched what my clock said when I was watching them. But if I clicked away, looked at something else, then clicked back, sometimes it would change weirdly. Backward, forward, no clear pattern. It wasn't just a power outage. The PC hadn't rebooted. The phone hadn't restarted. There was no blinking on the microwave clocks like there usually was after a reset. Everything acted like it had never lost power. It all just refused to agree on what time it really was unless I stared at it. I tried standing in the middle of the kitchen at one point, staring back and forth between the microwave and the oven, feeling like a crazy person. Both clocks ticked forward normally when I watched them, but every time I stopped paying attention, they slipped. It was the strangest, most unsettling feeling I've ever had, like reality itself was paper-thin and crinkling at the edges. Finally, after about what felt like an hour and a half, I realized I hadn't noticed any slips in a while. I pulled up the PC clock and just left it running while I scrolled through a few articles without really paying attention to the clock itself. After a while, I glanced at it and it still made sense. It read 12:05. My phone said 12:05. The microwave said 12:05. Normal. I sat there for a long time, longer than I needed to, just watching, waiting for something else weird to happen. But it didn't. It was like whatever invisible glitch had wrapped around me finally let go. Eventually, I convinced myself it must have been some weird combination of system errors. Maybe my phone had a bug. Maybe the PC lost sync somehow. Maybe the microwave's old wiring had a hiccup at the same time. Rationally, that was all I could come up with. It didn't feel right, but it was better than thinking about it too hard. I wrote everything down in a notebook that same. When I first moved into the apartment in Oslo, I didn't really think much of it. It was an old building, mid-1800s from what I was told, with creaky floors, high ceilings, and those tall, narrow windows that never seemed to close quite right. It wasn't exactly pretty, but it had that old European charm that people either love or hate. I didn't have much money at the time, so when two girls I knew from university said they had a spare room and needed someone to move in, I jumped at the offer. Rent was cheap, location was decent. I didn't ask too many questions. The day I moved in was gray and damp, like most days in Oslo during late fall. I remember dragging my bags up the tight spiral staircase, paint peeling from the handrails, the whole building smelling faintly of dust and wet wood. The girls, Emma and Karina, met me at the door. They seemed relieved to have another roommate. The apartment was huge but worn down, and I got the feeling they didn't like being there alone. Inside, the place was a little better. High ceilings, wooden floors scratched and scuffed from decades of furniture being dragged across them. Everything echoed, footsteps, laughter, even the clink of a glass against the counter. There were 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 70s, and what looked like an old formal living room that had been converted into my bedroom. Big, drafty, but at least it had a fireplace, even though it didn't work. The 3rd bedroom, the one at the end of the hallway, was different. Even from the first day, I felt it. It was colder, darker, even though it had the same big window as the others. I didn't like looking into it. When the door was open, it was like it pulled at my attention, made me uneasy. Emma had set it up as a kind of storage room. She said she didn't like sleeping in there and had switched with Karina months ago. I didn't press her on it. We all have our quirks. The first few nights, nothing really happened. I was exhausted from moving and adjusting to a new schedule. But even when I was half asleep, I started to notice things. Little things. Creaks in the floorboards that didn't seem tied to anyone walking. A feeling of being watched when I was lying in bed with my back to the room. I figured it was just getting used to a new place. Old buildings make noise, after all. I told myself that over and over. But the room at the end of the hall, I avoided it. At first it wasn't deliberate, but after a while, I realized I was making excuses not to go in there. One evening, I needed a screwdriver to fix a lamp, and knew it was probably in one of the boxes stored in that room. I told myself it was stupid to be afraid. I walked down the hall, hand brushing against the cold, peeling wall, and pushed the door open. It hit me immediately. The air inside felt colder, heavier. I actually shivered. It wasn't the kind of chill you get when you step into a cold room. It was deeper, like it settled into your bones. The air smelled faintly of something. Not rot exactly, but something sour, like old milk or wet cloth left too long. The window was closed. There were no vents. No reason for it to be so cold. I stepped inside and started digging through the boxes, but as I crouched down, this overwhelming feeling came over me, panic almost. Like something terrible had happened in there, and my body knew it even if my mind didn't. I started thinking about children crying, being scared, trapped somehow. It wasn't like remembering a story or imagining it. It was just there, heavy in the air, settling into my thoughts like smoke. My hands started shaking. I grabbed the first tool I could find and backed out of the room, closing the door harder than I meant to. I stood there for a few seconds, breathing hard, trying to shake it off. I didn't tell the girls. What was I supposed to say? I was afraid of a cold room. After that, I avoided it completely. If the door was open, I shut it. If I had to walk past it, I kept my eyes straight ahead. A few weeks later, something worse happened. My bedroom, the old living room, was massive, almost too big for just a bed and a dresser. At night, it felt empty and too wide. One morning, early, just as the sky was turning that weak gray color it does before sunrise, I woke up to the sound of something growling. It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake, and the sound was real. It was low, guttural, deep enough that I could feel it vibrating in my chest. It sounded like a big dog or a wild cat, but heavier somehow, more angry. I tried to sit up, to turn and see what it was, but I couldn't move. I was pinned flat against the bed, arms at my sides, chest heavy like someone was sitting on it. Panic shot through me. I tried to yell, but no sound came out. It was like my body didn't belong to me. The growling got louder, circling the bed, close but invisible. There was nothing there. I couldn't see anything. The room was dim, the faintest light from the window spilling across the floor, but no shape, no shadow. Just the sound and the weight. It lasted maybe a minute, maybe less, but it felt endless. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The pressure lifted. I could move again. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, heart pounding so hard I thought I might throw up. I looked around the room, sweating and shaking. Nothing. No animals. No people. Just the silent, empty room. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed until sunrise, too scared to even lie down. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, maybe. I'd read about it. Waking up but your body's still locked in sleep mode. Hallucinations, weird sensations. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt physical, real. And that growling, I'd never heard anything like it in my life. A few days after that, something even worse happened. Emma had a cat, a little black and white thing named Felix. He was only about a year old, still playful, still full of energy. He followed us around the apartment like a little shadow, always poking his nose into everything. One evening we were all just hanging out in the living room, half watching some terrible reality show, half scrolling on our phones. Felix wasn't with us, but that wasn't unusual. He liked to curl up in random places to nap. Suddenly, we heard this horrible sound from the bathroom, this gasping, strangled mewling, like an animal in pain. We all jumped up and ran down the hall. The bathroom door was open. Felix was lying on the floor, his little body twisted awkwardly, mouth open, tongue out, gasping for air. His whole body shook violently, like he was having a seizure. The sounds he made were awful, wet and desperate. We didn't know what to do. We stood there, frozen, useless. It went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of that horrible, helpless sound, and then he just stopped. His body went still. His eyes were open, glassy. His tongue still hung out. Dead. We didn't even know what to say. Karina started crying. Emma picked him up, cradling him against her chest, whispering that he was a good boy, that it was okay. But it wasn't okay. It didn't make sense. Felix had been perfectly healthy, no signs of illness, no accidents. We wrapped him in a towel and buried him in the small garden behind the building the next day. Emma called the vet to ask if it could have been some kind of sudden heart failure. They said it was possible, but rare in young cats. After that, the apartment didn't feel just unnerving anymore. It felt wrong, like something was festering under the floorboards, behind the walls. Every creak, every shadow out of the corner of my eye, made my skin crawl. I started spending more time out of the apartment, late nights at cafes, long walks even in the cold rain, just to avoid being there. I didn't sleep properly. Every night was a battle against the feeling of something watching me, waiting just beyond the edge of the dark. Even when I finally drifted off, I had nightmares, vivid, crushing dreams of being trapped, of hearing children crying, of being unable to move while something circled closer and closer. The girls noticed too. We didn't talk about it much. Maybe none of us wanted to admit how bad it felt. But we all spent less and less time at home. Meals became rare. We didn't hang out in the living room anymore. The apartment grew silent, heavy, like it was sinking into itself. One evening, I came home late, almost midnight. The hallway lights were flickering again, old wiring probably, and the lock stuck for a moment before finally clicking open. I stepped inside, and the air hit me like a wall. Cold, sharp, heavy. It smelled wrong, like burnt hair and damp earth. I didn't even bother going to my room. I grabbed a few things, a backpack, my laptop, a jacket, and left again. I walked to the nearest hostel and booked a room for the night. The next morning, I texted Emma and Karina that I was moving out. No drama, no explanations, just done. I found a smaller place across town a few weeks later, a newer building, plain and boring, no character at all, and I've never been so grateful for boring. I slept like the dead my first night there, and every night after. I still don't believe in ghosts or spirits. I really don't. But something was wrong with that apartment. Something in the walls, in the very bones of the place. Not supernatural, not horror movie stuff. Just wrong. Maybe the building had soaked up too much of other people's pain over the years, like a sponge. Old walls hold on to things. Maybe the energy of grief, fear, anger. It builds up layer after layer until it feels almost alive. I don't know. I try not to think about it too much. But sometimes late at night, when I'm walking home and the streets are empty and the city feels hollow, I wonder about that room at the end of the hall. About Felix, gasping for breath on the cold bathroom floor. About the weight pinning me down in my bed. And no matter how much I tell myself it was all just bad luck, just imagination, part of me knows better. Some places, I think, are just wrong. They don't need... The events I'm about to share are real, and they still haunt me. Every now and then, I catch myself staring off into space, thinking about the sequence of strange, unexplainable things that happened in my life, one after another. It feels like everything tied together, like the universe was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't figure it out at the time. Now, when I look back, it's a mystery I don't think I'll ever fully understand. It all started when I was 19 years old. I met a girl, and we quickly fell into a relationship. She was a kind, sweet woman with a beautiful heart. We had 2 daughters together. Like many young couples, we struggled to make ends meet. I was just getting started in life, trying to figure out how to take care of my family, and she, coming from a native background, had moved off the reserve to be with me in the city. We rented a small house, and we did the best we could. In 2005, things took a strange turn. My girlfriend's youngest brother, Clinton, came to stay with us for a couple of weeks. He was 16 years old at the time. He was a good kid, full of life, respectful, and funny. He was the kind of guy who would make you smile just by walking into the room. But what happened one night would change everything, and it still makes my skin crawl to this day. It was a normal night. The house was quiet, everyone asleep. But I woke up around 2 a.m. to strange sounds coming from the living room, where Clinton was sleeping on the couch. It wasn't the usual sounds you'd hear in the middle of the night. It wasn't the house settling or the wind whistling through cracks. No, it was something completely different. I got up, rubbed my eyes, and walked into the living room. That's when I saw it. Clinton was sitting up on the couch, his eyes closed, fast asleep. But what really stopped me in my tracks was the noise he was making. He wasn't speaking. He wasn't mumbling in his sleep. No, Clinton was howling. Not just any howling. It was the kind of deep, primal sound that you only hear from wild animals. It was almost as if he had turned into something else. Something not human. I stood there frozen, unsure if I was dreaming, unsure if I should wake him up. The sounds were unlike anything I had ever heard. It was so strange, so foreign to me, that I couldn't process what I was hearing. I eventually snapped out of it and walked over to him, gently shaking him awake. When he woke up, he didn't seem to remember what had happened. He was confused, looking around like he didn't know where he was. I chalked it up to some weird dream he was having. But deep down, I felt uneasy, like something wasn't right. A few days later, Clinton invited us all out to dinner at the Keg, a nice restaurant that's known for being pricey. For a 16-year-old kid, It felt odd that he would take us out to a fancy dinner like this, especially considering we were struggling to make ends meet. But we went along with it, and throughout the meal, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just that Clinton was acting a little too mature for his age. It was more like he was trying to make the most of something, like he was saying goodbye, even though he didn't know it himself. I had no idea what was to come, but that night, I started thinking about it more. It felt final. The next day, everything took a turn. Clinton was gone. He didn't come back to the house. We tried calling him, but there was no answer. It wasn't until a few hours later that we got the news. He had died in a car accident on his way back to the reserve. Our hearts sank. I felt like the world had stopped moving for a moment. We were both devastated, not just by the sudden loss, but by the strange feeling that had been building inside me for the past few days. The howling, the dinner, his odd behavior. It felt like everything had been leading up to this moment, like he knew something we didn't. At Clinton's funeral, my girlfriend's older brother, Joe, was there. He was breaking down, tears streaming down his face as he clung to the tombstone. I felt a sense of unease in the air. It was too much, too sudden. After the funeral, the native family performed a ritual, a fire in honor of Clinton. As we sat around the fire, telling stories about him, I looked up into the sky. And that's when I saw it. A single black crow. It was circling the fire, flying in slow, deliberate circles, higher and higher. There were no other birds in the sky, just this one crow. It kept flying in a circle above us. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. It felt wrong. Something about it felt unnatural. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I just pushed the feeling down and tried to focus on the people around me. But things didn't stop there. About a month later, I received another blow. My girlfriend and I were back at home when we got the call. Her older brother, Joe, had died in another car accident, the same way Clinton had. The shock of it hit us hard, but it hit my girlfriend even harder. She had been so close to Joe, and now she was forced to say goodbye to him as well. The funeral for Joe was much like Clinton's. And once again, after the ceremony, the family gathered around a fire. As I looked up at the sky, there it was again. 2 black crows. They were circling the fire, their wings cutting through the air in slow, rhythmic movements. It was as though they were watching us, as though they were keeping an eye on everything that was happening. I couldn't help but feel like there was a message in it. Something I didn't understand, but was meant to be seen. Something beyond my comprehension. A couple of months passed, and life went on in a strange, numb way. Then one morning, my girlfriend woke up with a strange look on her face. She had a dream the night before, and it had shaken her to the core. In the dream, our house caught on fire, and we all died in the flames. It was so vivid, so real, that she couldn't shake the feeling. She was already a superstitious person, and she couldn't help but think that there was a curse on our family. Something bad was following us. She decided to take the kids and stay at a friend's house for a couple of days. It was supposed to be just a temporary break, but something inside me told me it wasn't just about needing space. I didn't think much of it at the time. After they left, I ran into an old high school friend, Tim, and we decided to jam out at my place. We stayed up all night, rocking out to some music and catching up. When he finally left, I passed out on the couch. I was exhausted, and sleep came fast. The next morning, I woke up early and headed to work. About an hour into my shift, I got the call. My house was on fire. I couldn't believe it. I rushed back home, heart pounding in my chest. When I arrived, all I saw was devastation. The house was completely burned to the ground. Police tape was everywhere, and the fire department was still on the scene. It was the kind of scene you only see in movies. My mind was racing. How could this have happened? How could our house have burned down while my family was away? It didn't make sense. If they had been there, there's no doubt in my mind that they would have been caught in the fire. The thought of it still sends chills down my spine. I can't even begin to imagine what could have happened if I hadn't run into Tim that night, if we hadn't spent hours jamming and talking. Soon after, my girlfriend and I separated. I got full custody of the kids, and she went back to live on the reserve. I remarried and started a new chapter of my life, trying to put everything that had happened behind me. But it wasn't easy. There were things that I couldn't forget. Things that kept popping up, like the black birds. Christmas time of 2007 rolled around, and my ex called me from the reserve. She sounded strange, almost like she was holding back tears. She told me she wanted to take the kids for the Christmas break. But there was something in her voice, something shaky and broken. An hour later, I got a call from her sister. My ex had been in a car accident. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt and had been killed instantly. The weight of it hit me like a ton of bricks. I had to tell my daughters the next day that their mother was gone. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. At the funeral, as I was leaving the reserve, I had this overwhelming feeling wash over me. I looked up, and there they were. 3 black crows, circling high in the sky. I don't know how to explain it, but I just knew. It was like they were watching over me, over the entire situation. A sense of calm filled me in that moment, like everything had led up to this. Like it was all connected somehow. The trial for the drunk driver who killed my ex went on for months. The newspapers were full of stories about it. One night, my new wife and I were lying in bed, talking about one of the articles. I mentioned how concerned I was about the whole situation, about the trial, and what had happened. And that's when she said it. "I don't know why you care so much. Your ex was a bitch to you." The words hit me like a slap to the face. But it was what happened next that really chilled me. The next morning, I went outside to my car, ready to leave for work, and I couldn't believe my eyes. My entire car was covered in bird shit. And I'm not talking about a little bit of bird droppings. No, it was like 50 birds had taken aim at my car. It was everywhere. On the windows, the mirrors, the roof. I had never seen anything like it in my life. It wasn't just a coincidence. It was too much. I knew it. This was her. She had heard what my wife had said, and she was sending a message. There were no birds around my house. There weren't any trees nearby, no places where birds could nest. And yet, here I was standing in front of my car, completely covered in bird shit. I couldn't explain it. I still can't. But it felt like a sign. Like she was watching over me, making sure I knew that everything was still connected. That the black birds were always there, waiting, watching. And now, every time I see a black crow, I feel that chill run down my spine. I don't know what it all means, but I'll never forget the strange events that unfolded that year. It's a story that I carry with me every day, a reminder that sometimes there's more to life than meets the eye. Sometimes things happen that we can't explain, and the black